All right, can you guys see me? Are we back? All right. All right. So I've uninstalled what the fuck is it called? I've uninstalled GeForce Experience, right? I have also uninstalled I've also deactivated game mode, right? So none of that shit is on. And it still crashed. Now it could be that it crashed because of fucking doing doing all of that whilst streaming. So it could just be that's the reason the crash occurred. But it could also be a lot of other things, right? It could be a fuck ton of other things. If it is OBS, I need to buy a different camera because then this is just gonna continuously piss me the fuck off. Studio logs? I have. Like, I think I've sent them to you. CCS? I think I've sent them to you, didn't I? Let's just quickly, let's see. OBS Studio. Going to logs. Of course, fuck knows how to read the logs, because I don't know. But I'll send you all of the logs that I have. For today. There you go. Try the old camera. I don't have an old camera. I no longer have the old webcam. I just have the the GoPro. We'll see. If it is GoPro related, then I just have to fucking save up and buy the camera. I already know which camera I want. Let me show you. I'll show you guys. Like, this is the perfect camera for streaming. If you can fucking like, which one is it again? I think it's the compact ones. Yes, it's this one. So take a look at this. It's on fucking special as well, but I don't have this money right now. Because this is about $1,000 for this camera. But look at this thing. This would be the camera that I went for. Because this thing is perfect for both streaming and for content creation. CC, is anything you can tell me? You want to start for the camera fund? True. But this thing is perfect because it actually has a it has a screen that flaps out to the other side. So if you're recording yourself, so if you're doing vlogs, you can actually see what you're recording. And it was built for streaming. It does everything that you need for a streaming camera at fucking half the price of a normal camera. Because most of the other cameras are incredibly expensive. And they don't all do it. Like, you can't go, like, I don't think this one works with it. This one does work. So it's difficult to find a camera that will work with streaming. So you have to sort of find the right one. 1/10 of the way there? Yeah. Close, right? But hey, you win some, you fucking lose some, you know? For some reason, my stream activity is now bugged the fuck out. It's telling me there's no one. There's no one subbing or following. I tell you what, though, I'm sick and fucking tired of this bullshit, dude. Maybe getting a new camera is just the best way to do it. No, maybe it is just, yeah, get a new camera, get it fucking done, get it sorted. Well, we'll see if it is the camera, right? I'm not sure if it is. Stream still fine, or are we still waiting for people to sort of filter back in after the stream crashed? All right, so the stream is fine. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I do apologize, guys. I'll see if I can fix it so that tomorrow we can just play video games and we don't have to bother with this bullshit. Those that fucking update is once again causing trouble with the screen flashing. That sucks dick. Hey, I missed earlier convo, but I'm glad I suggested Kalani vid in Discord and you looked at it. I wasn't watching Kalani's vid. I was just going through the stuff myself. Unforgive one. I didn't watch Kalani's video, but we went through all of the changes that's coming in 9.2. I'm very excited for 9.2. I think 9.2 is going to be pretty fucking cool. I think it's going to be really cool. It happens. That's what you got to deal with when having tech in your place. Yeah, but I wish I knew more about specifically shit like this, right? Because I don't know. Specifically with this stuff, I don't know enough. And that really pisses me off. Like OBS streaming content stuff. I don't know nearly enough. Like with most other things, like with hardware stuff, I can at least help myself, you know? Unless it's like a really out there sort of break that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. But for most things I can at least figure it out if I have the time to sit down. But when it comes to things like OBS and cameras and crap, I have no idea. Like, things crash and I got no clue why they're crashing. We love to we hate it, back to we love it. Eh? I'm still hating it. No, Shay, it's not loving it. I'm liking the direction that they're going in. There's a completely, like, it's completely different, right? I think they're moving in the right direction. I think that as a whole, they're definitely going in the right direction. They're definitely making the right moves. Are those moves enough to the point where I'd be, like, happy to suggest that people still play the game? No. They need to do far more to win me or anyone else back, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that it's all lost. I'm a huge fan of always giving give people what they deserve. If they do good work, I will say that they're doing good work. Why? Because they need to know when they're doing good work. Otherwise, they'll just keep doing the wrong shit and they won't actually know what they're doing and what they shouldn't be doing, you know? Is he talking about unhooking the cipher from player power? I mean, the cipher is unhooked from player power as we speak. According to an interview with Morgan Day, the cipher will have no impact on player power. Raiders do not need to waste their time with the cipher if they don't choose to. If they don't want to, they don't have to. And they'll be fine, right? So, at least from what I can tell, we shouldn't have to worry too much about the cipher containing player power. The cipher contains zone power. So the way they've set it up with the cipher, which I think is actually really cool, the zone itself is going to be pretty difficult. They wanted to make the zone feel difficult again. They wanted the bosses and the mobs to feel like a challenge. The cipher is going to help you deal with that challenge if you yourself aren't good enough, right? So if you're not good enough to take care of most of the mobs in there, upgrading your cipher will give you powers within the zone that will then make some of those bosses and some of those mobs easier for you to take down. But none of those powers are active within the raid. None of those powers actually help you. Is that what suddenly made this a good thing? No. It's not just the cipher. There's actually a number of things that makes 9.2 look like a step in the right direction. So the cipher is one. The fact that they're completely releasing a system with no bearing on player power is a good thing. It means Blizzard is learning that systems are okay, but systems should not come at the expense of player power. The next one that I think is pointing Blizzard, as far as I'm concerned, in the right direction is Torghast. They've removed Soul Ash from Torghast entirely, but they're adding a brand new mode to Torghast, which is basically boss rush. So it's effectively layers and layers that is just one boss after the other. So you just kill bosses, which I think is a really cool fucking system, right? I think that's something that Torghast needed from the very beginning. Boss rushes tend to be really fun. Enoch, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you much for hanging out. They tend to be really fun. So I actually think good idea. Not bad at all. And then you have obviously the Dawn Studio. You have the new mount generator or mount builder where you can make your own mounts. Again, very good idea. I like that. I think that's good, right? Because I'm not going to play with it. I don't care about mounts at all. But I know that there are people that will care about that stuff. I know that there's people that do care about that stuff. Found a few errors. Not sure if I should post them in case they aren't the errors causing this exception. Well, just tell me what the errors are, CCS. Like, what errors do you find? Like, it might not be the ones that's causing it, but errors is never a good thing, you know? So it might be worth, you know, at least looking into it and sort of seeing what might be causing what. Tier set abilities is something that I'm sort of excited for, but at the same time, we've discussed gearing in World of Warcraft, and I'm not a big fan of how gear works in World of Warcraft at the moment. I want to go down the rabbit hole. You'd be surprised how often errors happen in software. Of course, Warcraft reeks of garrison stables to me at the moment. Yeah, but that's not a bad thing, right? Batnot Inc., thank you very much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. That's not a bad thing per se, Shay. Bringing stuff back that used to work in the past, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. You see, the whole thing is you don't always have to reinvent the wheel, right? You don't. Like, sometimes it's okay if you take stuff that used to work in the past that people actually enjoyed. Garrisons didn't work, but parts of garrisons were actually quite fun. There were parts of the garrison that people actually enjoyed. The garrisons as a whole didn't work for various reasons, but that doesn't make garrisons a bad idea. It means that it was a good idea implemented fucking horribly, right? Which is basically what Blizzard always do. They have these great ideas and then they implement them absolutely silly. I've said this in my video that I made yesterday, that as soon as Alex has his PC back, he'll edit for you guys and you'll be able to hear my full thoughts on the matter. But here's the thing, right? Blizzard is their own worst enemy. They've always been. They come up with great systems, great ideas. And then those systems fail because of its implementation. Not because the system is bad. Because it's implemented poorly. The stables was a good idea, implemented poorly. It should have done more. It can always be more, and that's usually where Blizzard fails. They implement a system and then they pull it back. They do just less than what they're supposed to do. The game is iterative improvement. Exactly, Bat. Exactly that. The thing that makes Final Fantasy so incredible, right? And I think this is what a lot of people misunderstand and a lot of people miss, right? The thing that makes Final Fantasy incredible is the fact that every single thing that's added to the game is added for the long haul. Final Fantasy doesn't do short-term content. When they add content, it is always added for the long run. So what does that mean when you're playing, say for example, when you're playing an MMO or you're designing an MMO, it means that you have time to iterate and reiterate on the system. As Pat just said there, the name of the game is iterative improvement. Because you know that this system is going to exist for its entirety, for the entire lifespan of the game, you have the opportunity to go every patch and make small improvements to the point where it is now a good system. What Blizzard does so often is, because their systems are supposed to be seasonal and therefore needs to be retired after a set amount of time, those systems, by the time they get relatively good, they're retired. Right? They're relegated. And then it's like, well, you just got the system right. Now you're retiring it. When the system is finally at a place where people are sort of enjoying it, you retire it, and now you start with a new system next expansion, right? Blizzard needs to get out of that mindset. They need to start moving into the mindset of, hey, we're here, we're enjoying it, let's play, right? And let's keep playing. Let's keep making things better. The garrisons, in principle, in theory, works. There's nothing wrong with garrisons. Burnt Lotus, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. In principle, or in theory, nothing wrong with garrisons. In implementation, everything wrong with garrisons. They should do more with it, right? Just like the farm and mist, it could have been updated for each expansion. The farm should never have gone away. The garrison should never have gone away. They should have become part of the mainstay of the game, and things should have been designed around them, right? You should have been able to pick up a profession called farmer, right? And this is a profession alongside your other professions, where you have a talent tree that allows you to do more things with the farming, and farming should have eventually involved livestock, so you can go out into the world and capture deer and put them in your farm and then start farming with the deer, right? Let's talk about what's coming. The mount system, right? The mount creation system. That should be built upon. Next expansion, that system should remain, but now it should offer even more choices and more mounts that you can build and more battle pits that you can build, and eventually breeding systems where you can take two different mounts and breed them together to make a whole new fucking different mount, right? And different battle pits that make brand new battle pits. And you will allow for people to continuously play these systems, but also continuously iterate on these systems, bring out more content for these systems. Before you know it, right, you have a game so chock and block full of content just from old content. So when a new expansion launches, people are excited for the things that's coming with the farm. People are excited for the things that's coming with the mount breeding system. People are fucking excited for Torghast, on top of being excited for the new expansion, right? On top of being being excited for the rest of it. At Monday, mount breeding is sort of, you're never going to have it to the point where people imagine it, right? And I agree with you. You're never going to have it to the point where you can build completely sort of weird and wonderful creatures to mount, yeah? In a non-sexual way. But you could have it to a point where there's set recipes. So if you take, say, an alligator and the hippo and you breed them, you get sort of a very specific type of creature. And then in order to make it interesting, which is what most games often do, is they'll have different ranks. So if you take a pristine alligator mount and you take a pristine hippo mount and you breed them, there's a chance to get a pristine whatever the mix is of those, right? So at first, when you first start out with your mount breeding, you sort of figure out all the different recipes, if you will. And then over time, you start figuring out how to get the best of each of these mounts. And all you do with that is literally just you build a racing track and people can race their fucking mounts if they want, right? Something silly like that. It doesn't affect the world, doesn't really affect player power. You can ride them in the world, but they're basically the same as everything else. It's just fun, yeah? That's all it is. It's just fun. People are just having fun. And why not? It's not going to be for everyone, right? I get it. I'm not going to partake in it unless they introduce mount racing, in which case I will partake in it because Chocobo racing is amazing. But never underestimate the power of fun. Like the power of people just spending their days doing something that's fun just because it's fucking fun, right? Sometimes it's okay to just have fun. All right, I'm looking now. CCS. Load text module loading version encoder loading plugins. StreamFX failed. To initialize AOM AV1 encoder. We have video providers available due to errors. The parameters are incorrect. Jeez, there's a lot of errors here. There's a lot of errors here. Oh God, no. At least I shouldn't. I don't use green screen at all. Possibly all just happening from one issue. Checkpoint racing, treasure maps, deep dungeons, the cold saucer itself. Captain Grim loves doing maps. Back again, having coffee at work. Nika Spider, welcome back. We're still struggling with my fucking PC. So the secret behind all good games, right, is there's a secret recipe to creating great video games. And almost every single amazing video game, be it a base builder, be it an RPG, be it a first-person shooter, they all hit the parameters of this secret perfectly every single time. The games that's almost always relegated to the annals of history are the ones that either tried to paint outside of these parameters or didn't hit those parameters perfectly. Right?
Glad you're back. Hope you have a great week.
Ace, thank you so much for 100 bits. Did really appreciate that. I hope your week is amazing as well. The parameters for all games, right, is niche. Identifying and finding your niche. It's what every game is about, right? Especially when you're talking about the majority of Steam games. Single-player games are notorious for catering for very small niche areas. So take a game like Oxygen Not Included, for example. It is a massive game, right? It's a huge game, but it caters to an extremely niche audience. Is everyone going to play Oxygen Not Included? No. Do they want everyone to play Oxygen Not Included? No. The game wasn't designed for everyone. It was designed for a very specific audience, and they made sure that only that audience is targeted. They didn't throw things like combat into the mix. They didn't throw things like base destruction into the mix because they knew that for this specific audience, those things are not important. That audience will not play if those things are present. Most games that fail, as I said, miss that niche or try to cater to too much of that niche. So they try to cover too many niches. Take a game like Call of Duty. It covers for the people pew-pewing in the head. That's it. It has to cover for no one else. Just the people that's being pew-pewed. Now, we've spoken about this at length in the past. When you take a game like Final Fantasy, like World of Warcraft, any MMO on the market, these games are far too expensive to just cater for a single niche. It will never fucking work. Never. You spend millions of dollars creating an MMO. You need as many people to play it as humanly possible. So what does that mean? It means that you have to have the freedom within an MMO to cater for as many niches as possible without creating a scope that is unsustainable. So what does that mean? Is there anyone that sort of wants to take a guess at what does it mean when a scope in a video game in an MMO becomes unsustainable? When you imagine that MMOs are basically a collection of 30 to 40 different single-player video games only set in a specific IP and one game. What does it look like when the scope becomes unsustainable? Shay, close. it is. WoW scope is unsustainable. But basically, what it looks like is when you look at someone like Ian Azikostas and you look at how he designs World of Warcraft, right? The idea becomes that we want to design the game so that everyone plays it, right? We want everyone to play our game. Not that we want everyone to find a reason to play our game. No, we want everyone to play our game. So what does this look like in an MMO that isn't sustainable? This means that when you set out to design the different systems, so remember, systems isn't the problem, systems is everything. The very fact that your character is running from point A to point B is a system, right? It's literally a system within the game that makes the character run. Combat is a system within the game. You can have many systems. The question is, how are they implemented? Right? In a game like World of Warcraft, the idea is we'll design a couple of systems and then we'll make the systems so that everyone plays them. The issue with this is that is not a sustainable scope. Because your scope then becomes too broad. Because now a single system have to fix or have to cater to let's say a very diverse audience has to find something that they like within the system. The system has to be designed for the casual player, the hardcore raider, the casual raider, the PvPer, the mount collector, as well as the transmog collector and the ERPer, right? They must all now find something in the game, in that system. Does that sound sustainable to you? Does it sound like you can build a system to cater to those to all of those players? Which Blizzard would cater to the ERPers? Magento, yeah, but I mean, just use them as an example. You can't really do that, right? Take Torghast, for example. It can't cater to that group of players. It's too many players that it needs to try catering for. So what ends up happening to that system? Adam, how you doing, bro? What ends up happening to Torghast? It fails for everyone. Because the parts of Torghast that's supposed to cater to the hardcore raider doesn't cater to the RPer, the collector, or the casual player. The parts of Torghast that caters to the casual player, the RPer, and the collector doesn't cater to the hardcore player. So the system itself just fails. It just doesn't work. The answer, the correct answer, is to say, right, let's create a system for the hardcore raider. Then we create a system for the casual player. Then we create a system for the collector. Then we create a system for the RPer and for the ERPer. And we make sure, you guys all know that sort of meme. It's a joke, right? Where they say, if you want to be happy in life, find a woman that cooks for you. Find a woman that makes you laugh. Find a woman that's great at sex. Find yourself a woman that is a great listener. And above all else, make sure that none of these women ever fucking meet, right? That's how you design a great MMO. You design a system for every single player or type of player in your game, and you make sure above and beyond all else that none of these systems ever fucking meet. They must exist on their own, completely devoid of any interaction between groups. No, Atomjar, you don't segregate your players because the world is still where the players come together. There is still stuff in the open world that exists for people to exist in that world. The systems, however, exist for every single player based on what they love and based on what they care about, right? Curators, thank you much for the follow, dude. Split Faction, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. The open world is the one system that ties it all together, which is why you need a vibrant open world. You need an open world with world bosses that's sort of challenging that hardcore raiders can go after. You need an open world with stuff that collectors can go for. You need an open world with battle pets that pet collectors can go for. You need an open world with transmogs that people can go for and achievements that people can go for, because the open world is where all of those players, when they're not playing their individual systems, they're hanging out in the open world. And this is where they're meeting and sort of congregating and doing different things. And also remember that you're not ever actually segregating your player base, because there is cross-pollination. There is cross-pollination between the groups, because sometimes a casual player might like this system because it caters to the casual player in him, but he also likes a little bit of raiding, so he's partaking in two of your systems. That right there means that this group and this group is actually meeting somewhere. You can't have it mixed in. The second these systems start touching, you have a problem where these systems now have to cater way too broadly, and then they fail, as they've done since Legion. Every single system since Legion's implementation have failed because of this fundamental point that Blizzard still doesn't seem to grasp. They keep making one wife, right, that has to adhere to all of the boxes like one wife has to tick all of the boxes to make the player happy, rather than getting multiple wives and just making the player happy that way, right, as it pertains to our earlier joke. And Blizzard keeps struggling with this. I don't know if they're ever going to not struggle with this. It doesn't seem like it. An argument or anything, but hardcore raiders.
That's terrible.
I'll answer you now, Atom.
That's why I say, as an outsider looking in WoW they seem less like expansions, and more like seasons, at least since Legion, because they dropped the old system in favor of the new one and fulfills the same purpose.
Thank you, Random. Thank you much for the 15, dude. Really appreciate it. And yes. World of Warcraft's expansions are completely subtractive. They're not additive. They don't add anything to the game. They simply subtract from the game or replace. At the best of times, they replace, right? So remove 50%, add 50%. Most of the time, though, they remove 50%, but only add 10%. This is one of the biggest problems with World of Warcraft. Atomjar, I mean, not wanting an argument or anything, but hardcore raiders only want to raid log, and same with PvPers. If they could, they would do that thing. Not that it's bad, to be honest. People can and should play how they want. Didn't 9.1 add like 200 mounts for collectors? Atomjar, but why? So you're saying that hardcore raiders only want to raid log, and PvPers only want to PvP, and then you're saying that's not a bad thing. You and I don't disagree on anything. So far, you and I definitely don't disagree. So I'm not sure what argument are you afraid will happen. If I only want to log in to raid, then I should absolutely be allowed to do that. Because not being allowed to do that would be the equivalent of Oxygen Not Included telling me I can't just log in and build my base. Right? That'd be like, what? The whole point is building my fucking base. How are you telling me I'm not allowed to do that right now? Right? Or Tomb Raider telling me I'm not allowed to raid tombs. I was like, wait a second. The fucking secret's in your name? If I'm not allowed to raid tombs, then why am I playing your game? Right? Take out all the borrowed power, then it's fixed. Atomjar, not quite. Because borrowed power in and of itself is only a sort of symptom of the disease. It's not the disease itself. The disease itself is overlapping systems. It's Blizzard's sort of insistence on not being creative with their design of systems. And also, in some cases, it's Ian's insistence on efficiency rather than fun. Ian wants game design to be efficient, right? He doesn't want developers to waste their time on a system that only 5% of the player base is going to play. He needs to realize that that's the only way you can create a system. Okay, would most of you agree or disagree with my statement here? World of Warcraft very much caters for the hardcore raiders and the hardcore dungeoneers. Oh, yes, I remember that as well. Yeah. Does anyone disagree with that statement? That World of Warcraft sort of revolves around its Mythic Plus and its raiding? The game is basically built with those two systems being the end game, right? They are the only end game. There's some things that people sort of figure out for themselves to make it their own end game, but let's be real, they don't really exist as a thing that Blizzard really cater for. For example, mount collectors, what they can look forward to is 200 mounts in 9.1, of which about 195 is just reskins, right? It's just a different color of the same fucking mount you have 7 off already in your mount collector's book. So they're not really catering to the collectors at all. They're just doing whatever is easy, right? You want to take a guess at how many of the player base actually does raiding and Mythic Plus, considering that it is literally the end game. It's what everything works towards. When you play World of Warcraft, that's what you do at endgame. It's 15% of the player base for each of those. At max, 15% of the player base actually does hardcore raiding and Mythic Plus. So the very thing that this game is designed to cater for isn't catering for 100% of the player base. I wonder why. It might be because different players have different things that they fucking like. And not everyone that plays World of Warcraft actually wants to fucking raid or do Mythic Plus, right? Not every player wants to do that. So the only logical answer is that you want to build as many systems as possible and then allow people to play the things that they love. And if you're lucky, the fact that they're playing the things that they love makes them love the game even more, which means that now they might try some of your other systems, right? Because here's the thing. I've never been a fan of PvP in my entire life. I raided for about 16 hours a day back in Wrath of the Lich King. It's what we did, right? I had almost every alt at max level, and I raided on every single one of those alts. I used to run ICC from morning till night when we went to sleep. Eventually, we got a little bored of just doing ICC over and over again on all of our alts. And so myself and my friend decided to go PvP, Arena. He was a paladin, prot paladin, but he went holy, and I was on my warlock. I've never done PvP. I never had any interest in doing PvP. I did it because I was having fun playing WoW. I was really having fun raiding, and I thought, well, I'll give this PvP thing a go. Right? And we actually did it for quite a while. We did it for probably 2 or 3 months. Not super high level, because neither of us wanted to get the max gear in PvP. We just sort of wanted to do PvP, because it was something to do when we weren't interested in immediately raiding, or when we were waiting for another raid group to open up. When people are having fun in your game, they will actually start doing some of the other things in the game as well. Because they're having fun, and they think to themselves, wait, maybe this other thing could be fun as well. The problem is that there's very little that people are finding fun at the moment in WoW. And that's because of how Ian designs his fucking game. Skilimanjaro, I absolutely agree with you. The way I would design World of Warcraft, if it was up to me, right, is I would take the different developers. So I would basically say, right, X amount of developers, you guys work on Mythic Plus and only Mythic Plus. That's your job. And I would actually make it so that there's art people involved in that team. There's boss encounter guys involved in that team. There's cosmetic creators involved in that team. So you have a team for Mythic Plus and Mythic Plus only. And their job is to bring out Mythic Plus dungeons. Yeah. So you actually get Mythic Plus dungeons even in off patches. So basically every patch adds a new Mythic Plus dungeon for an expansion. Right? So patch 9.1 adds a new dungeon. Patch 9.2 adds a new dungeon. Patch 9.3 adds a new dungeon on top of the dungeons that is already there. Maybe even 2 or 3 dungeons per patch if you can manage it, right? But that team works only on Mythic Plus. They design only Mythic Plus. And obviously they're working with the class development team to make sure that the dungeons actually work with the class team. And then I have another team that does the raiding stuff, yeah? which they already have. So there is actually a team working on raids, but that's all that team does. And we can go into, I would change raiding in World of Warcraft entirely. I would lose the 20-man raiding. I would go to 10-man raiding and only 10-man raiding. And then I would have, say, 3 or 4, two to four big 40-man raids per expansion. So these would be massive raids. They're 40-man raids. Most of the time, they're done by multiple guilds sort of throwing together to do the 40-man raids. These aren't the highest raids in the game that you can do. The highest raids is at 10-man. So smaller raid sizes, I think, are far more intimate. They have a far bigger chance of getting more people into it because big teams tend to scare away people, right? So I would change raiding entirely, but we're not talking about the individual systems that I would change in World of Warcraft, rather just Actless, by the way. Thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. We're not talking about the individual changes that we're making around. Let's just sort of focus on the big things that I would do if I ran World of Warcraft. Then I would have a team that work solely on the farm and garrison, right? So housing. I would bring housing in, and I would have a team of people who work on housing and only on housing. And when I say only on housing, I mean that housing needs to come with new content all the time, updated every single patch, with new items that you can add to your house, new ways of building your house, new stuff that you can do in your farm. I would then take the professions and have a full team on professions. Professions need to become an end game activity, not the kind of activity that no one fucking does, right? A proper end game activity. I'm talking like it needs to be a game on its own. This is basically what I'm getting at. Every single system that you design needs to become a game on its own. Torghast will have its own team that constantly works on bringing new content to Torghast. And then, whenever a new expansion launches and there's a new system that we're adding with the new expansion, that system gets its own team, and that team will now forevermore work only on that system. They will keep updating that system. That's the way, in my opinion, you design a proper additive MMO. An MMO where every expansion adds to the experience. It doesn't take away from it. It adds to it. It makes it better. It gives people more things to look forward to, more things to enjoy. The way Ian and his team does it right now just seems completely fucking bonkers to me. It seems like they're shooting themselves in the foot every single fucking turn, because they have this very short, close-minded view of how the game is supposed to be run. You can get fucking cat with gold, but before that, someone else need to buy tokens so he can sell you that token for gold. Sashal, well, yeah. What's the point? Foreign to Blizzard? Is it foreign to Blizzard? Or is it maybe that Blizzard just doesn't quite think about the right things here? Professions, I think it's criminal what Blizzard is doing to professions. If you consider all of the MMOs that is currently sort of in the running for the top spots of MMOs, you have Final Fantasy and you have ESO. And Blizzard isn't even the worst of the three, right? Of the three MMOs. Blizzard isn't even on the fucking map. Like, if it was a competition, Blizzard wouldn't be allowed on stage. They wouldn't be allowed to compete. Just talking about professions. There is no comparison between the professions of Final Fantasy and ESO and the professions of World of Warcraft. Professions in World of Warcraft is a fucking afterthought. Not even an afterthought. It's like one person that just has to throw a bunch of fucking profession stuff together. No one gives a fuck about professions. Don't forget New World. The crafting in the game is cool. True. Actually, very true. Problem with WoW professions, most are kind of useless. Get enchanting, jewel crafting, alchemy, and you're done. Adam, true. The problem with WoW professions is you can make nothing for the end game. Like, none of the gear that you make is ever going to be useful in end game, right? You can't craft the best in slot stuff, and therefore they all fall off. They're sort of useful in the beginning when people are gearing for the first raid, but after that, they basically become completely useless. how many years WoW was lost. So much fun and fulfilling. WoW lost that aspect in Kata. ESO is an amazing game. It's a truly fun game. I prefer Final Fantasy mainly because Final Fantasy tickles more the part of me that loves MMOs. But ESO is an incredible game. I miss the day when professions mattered. Honored, I would like to say that I don't think professions ever really mattered in World of Warcraft. Like, there was a time where professions mattered more, but professions have never been good in World of Warcraft. Specifically, when you start playing games like Final Fantasy, you just realize how far behind World of Warcraft is with their professions. Like, you just realize that even Theodwin, even if you take TBC, Classic and Wrath of the Lich King, when you play Final Fantasy, you look at TBC, Wrath and Lich King, and Classic, you look at the crafting then, and you just go, no. Wow. Blizzard have never been good at professions. Nico Spider, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have never enjoyed cooking of all things in MMO as much as I have in Final Fantasy XIV. So the professions of Final Fantasy have their own rotations. Like literal rotations that you have to go through, right? They're super fun, super interesting. The animations around the professions are incredible. You have your own gear that only exists for the professions. Like, professions have their own gear that they collect. And the stuff that professions make is actually helpful at the end game. It's like engineering. It was cool, but now it's kind of useless. True. Theodwin, true, but also remember that Final Fantasy XIV is based on Cataclysm, right? It's based on Cataclysm, and professions in Cataclysm were still very similar to that of TBC. Now, I will give TBC some, to be clear, right? If you compare Classic, TBC, and Wrath professions to professions in every other era of World of Warcraft, you are correct. They are great. But compare them to other MMOs, and they're shit. They're not great. They're okay. At least with TBC, you had things like the moon cloth and the shadow cloth, right? That was incredibly important, even at max level, right? Were incredibly important. So there were cooler things, at least, within that. I do think that if you compare it to proper MMOs nowadays, they're very far behind. Professions are endgame for some people in Final Fantasy XIV, true, and I can see why. Guild Wars 2, from the mob days, if better profession front. The problem again is Ian's mindset. You see, Ian does not allow for any system to exist that 100% of the player base will not interact with. He just will not have that because it's inefficient game design. Ian wants efficiency. So when a system is designed and developed, that system must be played by everyone. I'm not actually sure, Ascension. Can you craft stuff for your house in Final Fantasy? I'm assuming you can. Yeah, but Ascension, I should probably just clarify here. When we say endgame, I mean the subjective endgame. I mean the subjective endgame, not endgame as in what the developers want you to do, which is actually the amazing thing about about Final Fantasy. I hear so many people that make this argument about Final Fantasy, and it actually just proves how little you know about Final Fantasy. Right? When I hear people making these arguments about Final Fantasy, the end game sucks, or there's no competition at the rating level, there's no competition for this, that, or the other, and it's like, well, you're just literally proving that you don't understand Final Fantasy. Because unlike World of Warcraft, the developers of Final Fantasy have not decided for you, the player, what the end game is, because the end game is different for every single player. You get people whose end game is housing, and that's all they fucking do in Final Fantasy. Then you get people for whom the end game is raiding, and that's all they fucking do in the end game is raiding. You get people for whom the end game is crafting, and that's all they do. They don't do anything else. Because the game is designed in such a way that everything is based on your personal preference. Everything can be end game. You just have to decide what it is that you feel like doing at the end game. How do you wish to play your video game? At the end of the day, that is what your game is all about. And Atom Jar, just to be clear, there is PvP in Final Fantasy, and there's actually an incredible amount of people that love PvP in Final Fantasy. Moreover, Final Fantasy is going through a lot of changes for PvP in Endwalker, right? They're actually starting to focus on PvP now as a proper end game experience. So it is something that they're focusing on. It is one of the things that they're focusing on. Of course, I don't PvP, so I don't really give a fuck about PvP, right? It's never been something that I care about. But I do think it should be there. Let me be clear. I do believe that it should be there, because if there's someone that likes stuff like that, they should be allowed to do that stuff. But I think there's many people, especially World of Warcraft players, who either, for lack of a better word, purposefully refuse to pay attention to what Final Fantasy is all about, or they've heard someone say something, right? And now they believe that someone to be true, not realizing that half the people that says anything about Final Fantasy, especially when people are negative about Final Fantasy, are saying it just because they want to be negative, not because they actually care or actually know, right? They just really not want people to leave their game, World of Warcraft, to go play Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is the perfect theme park MMO. Because it is. It has so many rides, and you get to choose the rides that you want to go on, and you get to leave the rides that you don't. The game is designed in such a way that there is no right or wrong way to play the game. There's just playing the game. Right? And this, by the way, isn't me saying it. It's Yoshi P himself made it very clear. The way they've designed Final Fantasy is that there is no right or wrong way to play the game. There's just playing the game. And what's more important, and again, I feel like this is something that so many WoW players don't get. In Final Fantasy, there is no sort of minimum required hours to play. There just isn't. There's no such thing in Final Fantasy as you have to log in every single day, else you're going to miss out. Or you must do these things or else you're going to miss out. In Final Fantasy, it's literally just do whatever, right? Do whatever. So personally, I think a lot of people, misunderstand shall we say, a lot of people misunderstand how Final Fantasy is supposed to be played and what it means to play a game that offers complete and utter freedom. And then Darkun, so you don't need ults in Final Fantasy. So I get what you're saying, right? If you want to play multiple races, you have to play the MSQ every single time. But, I mean, the game is sort of designed that your class or the race that you pick is the only important thing. From there, every job can be played on that one character, and leveling up a second profession or a second job, once you have a character at max level, once you already have a job at max level, is much faster, right? It's really fast. It fucks off quite quickly because I believe you get increased XP with every single job that you, or when you level a second job. So they do have ways of sort of, stopping that from happening. But then at the same time, I feel like a lot of people sort of oversell the difficulty of leveling in Final Fantasy. When you already know the story, leveling is really quick in Final Fantasy. Like, leveling is incredibly quick when you already know the story. Like, you can get to level 50 when you skip all of the dialogue. Probably, I think you can do it in a day, maybe a little bit more than a day. You could get to level 50, and you could probably finish almost all of the ARR content very quickly, right? Just by skipping everything, because the vast majority of Final Fantasy is dialogue. It's discussions. It's the story, right? You could absolutely skip through all of it very quickly if you're just skipping because you already know it. So people oversell sometimes the difficulty of leveling in Final Fantasy. I'd say Final Fantasy is actually easier to level than most MMOs if you remove the story from it. RPR player thing, probably. Morning, Echo. I've missed you lately. Omi, how you doing, brother? Happy to have you back, bro. I'm not going to be playing today. I'm waiting for an answer from OBS forums to tell me why the fuck do my OBS keep crashing whenever I try to load into the game, right? As soon as we were in Final Fantasy earlier, and the camera kept crashing and OBS kept crashing. So I'm not entirely sure why it's doing that. I've uninstalled NVIDIA Experience now. I've disabled game mode. So let's see what the fuck it's figured out. It's not even recording the game, Andy. I wasn't even recording the game. I was literally just loading into the game and everything crashed. So something's fucking up. Like some kind of error is occurring and it just crashes the camera, and then OBS crashes because the camera crashes. So not entirely sure what the hell's going on. Wish I knew. I guess Windows account. I will. Shay, the problem is it doesn't always happen. That's the issue. Like if it happened every single time, that'd be one thing, but it doesn't happen every single time. Now, some things that we found on Google suggest that it could be a clash between the drivers of the GoPro and your NVIDIA drivers. Like there's someone who has the exact same problem as I do, and their crash reports showcase that it's a clash between the drivers. But we'll have to wait and see if that actually, let's hope someone responds. Let's fucking hope. How new is this issue to you? CCS, it's not new. This is a very, very, very fucking old issue. It started when we got the GoPro. It started when we got the GoPro. And since then, it's never stopped. Like that, it's been an issue. You guys remember, I told you that I thought it was a USB problem. I thought the USB ports on the motherboard was just not working correctly, and it was sort of cutting power to the USB port every once in a while, and that's why it was crashing. And then last week, I actually didn't have this problem because I wasn't using NVIDIA Experience. I installed NVIDIA Experience. When did I install that? I can't remember now. But it wasn't last week. No. Yeah, I installed it last weekend. Bulk of half, yes. Final Fantasy was the one that was broken last week. Yes, that's true. Oh, yes, that's true, Minions one. We installed it when FF wasn't broken. That was last week. Yes. When FF was broken, we were installing it because we were trying to log in to FF from NVIDIA Experience. So yes, it was last week when I installed NVIDIA Experience for the first time. Prior to that, I had none of these issues. Like I loaded up Final Fantasy, it was working perfectly. I could even load up Steam and Final Fantasy whilst I was streaming, and my camera was going, and it wouldn't break. So we'll see. Tenzor, how you doing, bro? Adam, I did, but I'm going to do it again. I'll do it again tonight. I'll do the DDU fresh install again. This time installing the correct driver. The tester driver, which is 472.72, which is the one that they at least say is tested. So I'll install that driver, and then I'll just use the old driver with no NVIDIA experience. And we'll see. If tomorrow we log into Final Fantasy and it works, then hopefully we found the culprit. Something that experience is doing is fucking ruining the streaming experience. Uploady, how you doing, bro? Haven't seen you in a while. So yeah, we'll see. Just do a DDU and a full clean and restart. Yeah. A part of me actually just wants to do a full fucking reset on Windows again. But then I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, fuck no. That is so much work, setting up everything again from scratch. It might just be easier to just keep going. CCS, you and me both, bro. Uploady, I have no complaints. Life's good. Life's good. I was hoping I could play some Final Fantasy today, but we'll settle for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm probably going to log into Final Fantasy immediately. No, I won't be installing Windows 11 anytime soon, CCS. I think tomorrow we'll start Final Fantasy as soon as I go live. Because we missed out today. So tomorrow we have to hardcore it. I need to finish ARR. I need to get into Heaven's Ward. I'm wasting fucking time. I should have been finished with Heaven's Ward already. And we're still in fucking ARR patch content. Because I don't get enough time to play. See, that's weird. Because I run NVIDIA Experience while playing 14 and it works for me. Nico Spider, the problem isn't, like, the game works. It just crashes. Sending a snowy greeting from Greenland. Hope you're having a good day. Sijanik, how you doing? Thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And I wish it was snowing here. We need to do more crystal stuff. Yes. Tomorrow we will be finishing the Crystal Tower. And we should hopefully be able to finish all of ARR. Character last week and almost caught up with you. Get your ass shifting. I'm fucking busy. I'm doing it. I'm going. Have you seen the end of Arcane yet? Yes, I have. Last night. So fucking good. So good. Arcane just blew my mind, dude. I can't wait for season 2. I need season 2. Think you're gonna stream tomorrow? Nico Spider, Jesus, EST time? Now you're asking me a question. What was it today? When did I start streaming today? To load the game again since uninstalling GeForce? No, enough, because if it crashes again, I'm not sure if I can get the camera working again, so I'm too fucking afraid to go again. 6. Okay. Yeah, 6. So, yeah, I'll start tomorrow at 6 again. On a mission to level up Pala on WoW and do every quest in the game. Kind of dumb. I gotta cap my XP before I get kicked out of Chrome time. Yeah, Chrome time is just... It feels miserable. Chrome time does not work. Shamanita, well... It will be around that time, right? So I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna be exactly at 6 a.m. We started streaming today at 6 a.m. because I was up at like 6 a.m. my time. And then I thought, fuck it, I'm not going to wait 2 more hours to go live. May as well just go live now. And so I went live much earlier. But if I do go live again that early, we'll probably start with another just chatting, just sort of hanging out. And then we'll start normal time playing the game. If I do start that early again. I don't know yet. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I've no idea. Ferrerotti, I doubt it. Because Europe actually have a very large player base. So they'd be sort of silly to design it for the Korean market. And also you have to understand something. those Korean roulette MMOs don't do well. Even in Korea, they don't do incredibly well. The thing is just MMOs in Korea is a dime a dozen. Most of those games are designed to work for a couple of months, make as much money out of the player base as humanly possible, and then they die. And then there's a new game that everyone jumps on. Those games don't have incredibly long lives, right? If you want to make a game that has an incredible long life, you design it based on Western rules. So you design it based on Western MMO rules. Because those games really, they rely on whales to keep them going. Take most of the MMO, like how many Korean MMOs do you guys know? Almost all of them have a very small player base with a lot of whales. BDO, for example, doesn't have a massive player base. It just have an incredible amount of whales that's buying everything that company puts out. And the company puts out a lot of things for people to buy. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. Vidget TV, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I wouldn't be worried. I think at the end of the day, I think Riot is, look, Ghostcrawler is the developer of their MMO. Ghostcrawler worked very, very, very long on World of Warcraft. I think it's going to be very similar. So I was in the same position with people buying Team Argon mounts. World of Warcraft currently, I think, is over monetizing their audience. Absolutely, yes. Look, no hate towards World of Warcraft, but I do think that WoW is running the risk of over monetizing their audience to the point where the small amount of people that is still left will also leave the game. Because it seems like they have not figured out yet that you can't tap blood out of a stone. The numbers are down. The game is losing money. And rather than taking the L, right?
I played Dragon Nest in middle school. I think while it's pay to win, the combat system in that is insanely amazing. It is as smooth as World of Warcraft. Zix, thank you for the 35. And there's plenty of good Korean MMOs. The issue is just they don't last. They come and go because they're not designed for long life. They're designed to make as much money as possible in a short amount of time as possible and then sort of move on to the next one. The issue is that rather than taking the L and going, right, we've lost a lot of players, let's fight to get them back, Blizzard is saying, right, we've lost a lot of players, let's fight to get them back, but let's also monetize the players that we have to the point where we don't lose as much money, right? Because if Blizzard loses too much money, Bobby Kotick is going to be fucking fuming, right? Yes, Bobby Kotick probably wants to make some changes, and he's sort of thinking to himself, we'll make some changes. The problem is that Bobby Kotick also wants a lot of money. So if you want to see some unasked touching, wait for Bobby Kotick to see that Blizzard is losing money. He'll be touching Ian in some very naughty places. If World of Warcraft loses too much money. So no, they have to keep monetizing the shit out of the game, which doesn't look good, right? A little blood from a lot of people, then a lot of blood from a few people, they'll die. Vidget TV, the thing is, I'm not a fan of shops in MMOs, to be fair. But, for example, if we're going to rate the shops, I would say that Final Fantasy isn't bad. The reason being the game is good. The game is a lot of fun. And yes, it has a shop. Of course it has a shop. But it just doesn't feel as horrible when the game is at least fun, right? And all the best mounts aren't put in the shop, right? It just doesn't feel as bad. It feels horrible when the game is completely fucking miserable and then also very highly monetized. Then that just feels greedy. Theoremy, it's Alex, my editor. Why do you ask? Might have you killed. Kotick can go fucking kiss his own ass. Well, do you see the mounts are only available in the shop?
As a question, is the Blizzard store that bad? I mean, for me, it's great as I get to play for free and get stuff for gold in game. As far as I'm concerned, it's all cosmetic, apart from the boost, I guess. Atom Jar, yes. Yes, the store is bad. It doesn't matter whether you can buy stuff with gold, because that's actually the biggest scam that World of Warcraft has ever enabled, because it has actually enabled real money trading sanctioned by Blizzard, right? And it's also allowed for Blizzard to make crap tons of money from people buying the tokens and then selling the tokens for gold. So it's all money making at the end of the day. The problem that I have is no, I'm not sponsored by a VPN, CCS. So here's the issue that I have with World of Warcraft's game store. More often than not, it feels as if really cool things are left out of the game so that they can be put on the shop, right? Which is miserable. That's not how it should be done. I'm not saying that you can't have cool stuff on the shop. Of course you can. But then there should also be cool stuff in the game. Like, the game shouldn't be sort of made worse in order to push the really cool stuff on the store. That's my problem. That's my biggest issue. And for me, I'm not entirely sure if I'm okay with that. Right? I'm not entirely sure. And Atom Jar, there are really cool mounts on the Final Fantasy store, but there's also incredible mounts in game. Like I said, I'm not happy with the Final Fantasy store either. You see, in my mind, and personally, a game that charges a $15 a month price tag should not have a store. I'm already paying you $15 a month. The very fucking money that I'm paying you, you're using to make items that I then also have to buy. That's bullshit. I think if there's one game who I can actually praise their store for, it would be ESO. As far as I'm concerned, ESO might be the only company that does their store correctly. Because when you play the game free to play, you have to buy stuff from the store if you really want them. When you pay the subscription, you get the money that you pay in subscription as currency for the store. So you actually get that exact amount, the value of the money that you pay for the subscription, you get as currency for the store so that you can purchase stuff off the store with your subscription. And then you get a couple of other perks when you have the subscription. And that actually feels fine to me. Because yes, you have a store because you are a free-to-play video game and stores are required. But then you also reward the players that is actually paying for the game by giving them store credit so that they can go buy stuff. Vigil, not really. No. No, Atom Jar. I've never seen loot boxes in ESO. The store in ESO is mainly just a shit ton of cosmetics. Like, from housing stuff to mounts to pets to all manner of crazy shit. But they definitely don't have... I don't think they do loot boxes. Thing is, with WoW, they put stuff on the store that can't be got in game, like the new set they have for the Astral 3D Swirl. Nothing like that exists in WoW. Whereas in Final Fantasy, the sort of seater mounts, etc., aren't left to just the store. There's some really cool ones in game. Final Fantasy store stuff doesn't have or do anything you can't get in game effects-wise, etc. If ESO is pay to win, I have never experienced it. And I have played ESO free to play as well as pay to play. Nintendo Swatter would then also qualify as far as I'm concerned, as a game that's doing it correctly. There is literally zero pay to win in ESO. It's all cosmetic. So the other reason why I think I'm not as against the shop in Final Fantasy XIV is because the shop isn't actually in the game. You actually have to leave the game and go to a website in order to access the store. which you might not think is a big deal, but it's actually a huge deal. You want to know why it's such a big deal? You want to know why it's important that the store isn't in the game, the store is on a separate website? I can tell you now, there are people in Final Fantasy that have never heard about the store. They don't even know that the Mock Station exists. Did you guys know that there's actually, I think it's 2% of the WoW player base that doesn't even know about the most recent expansion? They don't know. These are people who don't go on the internet to check if there's new things. They don't really pay attention to shit. They just play whatever is in front of them. They don't focus. There are people who log into Final Fantasy, and because the store isn't in the game, they don't know. They don't know that there's a store. They're just playing, and there's no thing in the game that tells them there's a store, so there's no store for this player. That's good, right? It is good. Please look at Tibia, bro. What the fuck is Tibia? Atom Jar. Okay, so my reason for disliking these things, right, is principle. It all comes down to principle, but it also comes down to consumer, right? And consumers do not seem to realize that they are the reason for all of their own problems. Like, you are the reason for your problems, and then you scream for other people to solve the problems because you're not willing to be principled. You're not willing to live your principles. I was watching a video earlier today. I think I told you guys about this. The video is titled Liberal Hypocrisy. It's by a Democrat, by the way. It's by a liberal. He's not a conservative. Liberal hypocrisy is fueling American inequality. Here's how New York Times opinion. So the guy actually takes a look at blue states. These are states that is completely and utterly controlled by Democrats. The Republicans have zero say in those states. Funnily enough, the blue states in America are the most unequal states in the US. These are the states with housing issues and people who don't have, people who live on the fucking streets. These are the states with the worst education in the US, or educational inequality in the US, where poor people get far worse education than what they would get in red states. But these are also the states that sort of pride themselves on being these really progressive states that care about the poor and really want to help the poor. As it turns out, though, they really only want to help the poor when it doesn't affect them, right? So as long as they don't, as long as they don't have to give up anything, then sure, let's help the poor, and we want to pretend like we want to help the poor. But when legislation needs to be passed in order to make sure that the poor actually gets helped, not so much. So they talk, for example, about zoning, yeah, and housing. If you look at Palo Alto, which is one of the areas they look at in the video, Palo Alto, the entirety of it, like 90% of Palo Alto, is divided into a zone that only allows for single family households. So you can't build multiple story apartments and shit like that in those zones, which means that housing is limited, and housing is expensive because it's fucking limited, right? And then the government actually said, hey, let's vote on allowing for apartment buildings to actually go up in these zones. And guess what happened? The vote got rejected by the very people that live in Palo Alto. These are the people who say we want to help the poor, but when the poor needs to be helped, not so much, right? We only want to say it. We don't actually want to do it because that's going to hurt us, right? That's going to make the prices of our properties go down, and we're not really that interested in doing that shit, right? We only want to help when it suits us, when it feels good for us. Otherwise, we just want to pretend to help rather than just then saying we don't give a fuck. We're not going to help, right? No, of course, Atom Jar, that's true. But here's the thing, right? Again, why I dislike it so much when consumers aren't principled. Can I have, like, just very quickly, and there's no judgment. I really don't give a fuck where you fall on this, but how many people do we have in chat that self-proclaim them or self-describe themselves as socialist? That believe that socialism is a good thing, or that we should have more socialism. All right. The problem that I have with all of you, and by the way, I have problems with the capitalists as well because they're also not quite right, because it's usually just capitalism for the things that I like and socialism for everything else. Like, for example, capitalists are perfectly fine with postal services belonging to the government and the police belonging to the government because, you know, capitalism only for the things that suit me. The problem that I have with the socialists is you all use computers that is designed by companies that is very much not socialist. You use iPhones that is designed by companies, or phones that is designed by companies that is very much not socialist. They're very much capitalist companies. But then you complain about the billionaires that you help create. You see, there's a reason why you complain about these billionaires that you help create. Because you don't actually want to fucking do anything about it. You want someone else to do something for you. You see, you want to keep the perks, but because you feel guilty and you know that something's sort of wrong, you sort of go, but the government should stop this. No. You fucking stop it. You stop it. Grow some fucking principles, bro. If you don't like what these companies are doing, if you don't like what these billionaires are doing, then fucking stop supporting them. Stop screaming for someone else to take over. The whole point of capitalism, by the way, is that people are free and that the consumer has a responsibility to keep the companies in check. That's the fucking point. It's that the consumer forces companies to keep shit in check. The issue is that everyone wants something, but they all want it for free. No one is willing to actually do anything about it. And that fucking irritates the living shit out of me. It irritates me to no fucking end. I want WoW to change, but not enough that I will stop playing it. I still want to play it. I just want to pretend like I care by tweeting out some shit about how they need to change. I really want World of Warcraft's main to stop touching women in bad places. Not enough, though, to stop playing World of Warcraft, but I'll tweet out that I really want them to change, and I think that will do the trick. As if Bobby Kotick reads your fucking tweets. He doesn't. Bobby Kotick couldn't give two fucks about your tweet. You want to know what he cares about? The fact that you swipe your credit card at the end of every month. He cares about that. And as long as you're doing that, guess what? He doesn't really give a fuck about change at Activision Blizzard. They started caring as soon as people stopped playing. Then they started caring very much, very quickly. You all saw how quickly 9.15 started really fucking pushing new content because people stopped playing. You don't need to stop playing for years or even months. Sometimes it takes a week. Because the only thing companies and corporations care about is money. I like it that way, by the way. I'm very much for companies only caring about money. I don't want companies caring about the public good. I don't want companies caring about social issues and helping people. I don't give a fuck. You see, because as soon as they do that, it makes it very difficult for me. Because I don't know if I can trust you now. You know, you're sort of muddying the water for me here. At least when you only care about money, I know I can't trust you, right? I know that you want to steal from me, right? And you will steal from me if I allow it. So I know what to do and what not to do. As soon as you start caring about all these other things, now I don't actually know what to expect. Because you could be fucking me, but pretending not to, you know? I prefer it when I know. Like, I know corporations want to fuck me. So I'm pretty sure, right, that whenever they do something, it's to fuck me. So I don't allow them to do it when I can help it. The issue is as soon as they start pretending not to fuck you, now you don't really know. Now things are sort of weird and the waters have now been muddied. And I don't like that. And I feel like there's far too many people that aren't willing to stand up for the things that they believe in. They want the change, but they're not willing to fight for it. Not for themselves, no. And there's a famous old saying: everyone's a capitalist when no one's watching, which is very true. Patch 9.2 will come in February. What is your thoughts? Britolia, yeah, I can see February as being a good candidate, maybe even early March. Yeah, I'd say anywhere from February, early March could be good candidates for the game. It's true for all of them, Cesius. It's true for all of them. When no one's watching, they're buying mansions and going out with the rich and famous. It's when everyone's watching. It's when the cameras are on, right? What is your progress in FF? Akamano. Almost done with ARR. Almost done with ARR. Tonight I'm going to do a fresh install of my drivers. Hopefully that fixes the fucking bombing issue that we keep having. So that tomorrow we can actually finish ARR and get into Heavensward. Because it's been way too long. It's been way too fucking long that I've been struggling to get into Heavensward now. So yeah, I'll be doing that tomorrow. Look, I'm not saying that I don't judge anyone. I'm actually 100% okay with people believing what they want to believe, right? And I guess the best way to put it is I'm absolutely fine with you wanting a socialist system. I would also then just prefer that you and I don't share a country together, right? If we can agree on that, I think we'll be good. Wild Boy, how you doing, bro? What is socialist? Video depends on who the fuck you ask. There is an actual definition, but I don't want to get into it. I have no interest in it. Like, I am absolutely okay with what anyone wants to believe. I have no hate in my heart for anyone, really. You can be a communist, and I'd probably still, I'd probably still be friends with you if you're interesting enough. I actually have socialist and communist friends, so it really doesn't bother me, right? Say something about essay there, but I'll pass. Have a fair few friends there. Hope things are going better recently. Not really, Atomjar. Has become majority in your country. What you gonna do? Fluxry, if I had my choice, I wouldn't have a country. If I had my choice, I wouldn't have a country. I would absolutely be in favor of complete anarchy, where everyone lives with the people that they agree with. And if they don't agree with each other, they can fuck off and go start their own country, right? Forgot to ask, how did the move go? I haven't moved yet, Adam. I just went home to go say goodbye to my family. I'm moving in 7 days. Sectorism? Kind of, but also not. Trickerous? That is anarchy. Anarchy is best defined, right, as voluntary what's the English word for it? Voluntary association, right? In other words, no one can compel or force me to associate with someone that I do not agree with. You can't compel me to get along with you. I can choose where I want to live based on how I believe things should be, right? And my money is mine to spend and use as I see fit. And I can sort of surround myself with others who see things the same way that I do. So if China is not capitalist. Oh my fucking God. China is not capitalist. Europe isn't capitalist. America isn't capitalist. There is no capitalist country in the world. Doesn't exist. There is no capitalist country in the world. America is the most corporatist country in the world. Extreme. I always say anarchy is the most extreme form of decentralization. It's basically the belief that no one but yourself can truly know how to run your own life. And therefore, you should be allowed to run your own life the way that you see fit without actually interfering with anyone else, right? So if someone wants to have a socialist system, they should absolutely be allowed to have their own socialist system where they live. What country comes closest to true capitalism? That would be Singapore. Singapore comes the closest. It's still not, but it comes the closest to true capitalism. They have a very interesting system, Singapore, in how they in how they distribute the powers of the government. So, for example, taxes in Singapore are incredibly low, right? Incredibly low. There's like very little tax. But then, for example, if you buy a car, the tax on cars is incredibly high, right? And the reason the taxes on cars is so very high is normal citizens do not pay for the upkeep of roads. Only people who own cars pay for the upkeep of roads because they're the ones who use the roads, right? So if you're a normal citizen, whenever you buy a bus ticket, part of that bus ticket goes to the upkeep of roads because you're now using a part of the road. But otherwise, you're not using the road, and therefore you shouldn't pay for the road to be upkept. They do the same thing with almost every single part of their society, where if you're not using it, you should not be paying for it. And that's why things are very expensive in Singapore, because only the people that make use of the thing gets to pay for the thing. Everyone else doesn't have to pay for the thing. It's still, like I said, not an actual capitalist country, but it's as close to a capitalist country as you get in the world. Like corporatocracies, though, because it gets in the way of their theological fanaticism, true. Healthcare must cost an arm and a leg. Which is not really. So Singapore is also divided into 4 funds that every citizen, I believe, gets at the age of 18, right? So at the age of 18, you basically get 4 mandatory funds that you have to deposit money into. One is healthcare. Now, you can choose which company you go to for healthcare. It's all private healthcare, but you can choose which private insurance you want to use. So it keeps competition alive and well, but it is forced. Every single citizen must have that. Then you have to have a retirement fund. You have to have a sort of unemployment fund. And then there's another fund, I believe a college fund, that you have to have when you turn 18 years old. That will be for your kids, right? Now, the way it works in Singapore is if you make money, you deposit money into these accounts every month, and you can move the money around from private company to private company depending on who gives you the best growth and all that shit, and who gives you the best prices and all that crap. But let's say you're someone who can't yet afford to pay into all 4 of those accounts. That's when the government steps in and they sort of subsidize you. So you'll pay a bit and then the government will pay the rest until you get on your feet. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you pay increased taxes until you've paid that back. Now, Singapore is run so well that the citizens of Singapore every year actually get rebates from the government. Because the government earns more money than it can spend. And so the money that the government earns extra actually gets paid back to the citizens. I believe it's proportionate. I don't know if it happens every year, but I know it's happened a few times that I've sort of paid attention to it, where the citizens get rebates because the government can't spend all the fucking money that the citizens are paying. Because remember, they have a ton of companies there and they make really good money off of those companies. So they're the closest to capitalism that any country has ever gotten. And if you want to go back in history, America was closer to capitalism, say, like 50, 60 years ago than what it is today, right? BDO, what do you mean? Fuel tax, upkeep of roads? How do they pay for law enforcement and firemen? Do you only pay when you suffer a crime or a fire? No. There's very little. I can't remember what the tax rate is in Singapore, but it's low. Like there is tax for exactly those things, right? Like fire department and police. There is a tax, but it's very low because you're only basically paying for those few things that the government will supply that, sort of they don't think anyone else can supply. Most fascists. So the thing is, like I said, I believe that everyone should live in the country that they want to live in, right? And no, it's not Coke. It's a bottle of Coke, but it's filled with Pepsi. I couldn't find my glass, so I used the Coke bottle. So I am absolutely for every single human being living their best life, right? They're absolutely for it. I think if you believe that the government should supply healthcare to every individual person, and you believe that housing is a human right, and you believe that education is a human right, and the government should supply education, including tertiary education, and you believe that taxes is for a public good, and therefore the government should provide for the people of the country, I'm absolutely 100% behind you. You should have that. All I'm asking for is that you don't force me to do that with you. It's like literally all I'm asking for. I would prefer it if you could have your utopia without making me a part of it. What I don't seem to understand is why so many people want to drag me into their fucking systems. The same goes for capitalists. I listen to Ben Shapiro and those guys defending American healthcare and saying it's the best healthcare in the world. I'm like, no, it's not. If you go fucking bankrupt after going to the hospital, it's clearly not the best healthcare in the world. Quality of healthcare, sure. If you can fucking afford it, you get amazing quality of healthcare. But for those who can't afford it, they're sort of kind of fucked. So why are you defending this shit? In that case, what I would say to Ben Shapiro is, hey, bro, you can have your country. By all means, go for it. Go nuts. That's your country. Go for it. Yeah. Could you please not include me in it? Would you let me live my best life? I'm more than happy for every single person to live how they choose to live. I just don't see why I must be forced to live like them. Why is it that I need to be made a slave by the majority when I don't believe the same as the majority? I don't get it. Yeah, if you lose your job, you're fucked as well, because then it's a stack the rich, then keep that tax money for themselves. True. No, I don't. Did you just call whole Europe utopia? Sashel, I don't believe Europe is a utopia. For someone like me, Europe is a fucking nightmare. It might be a utopia for you, but for someone like me, Europe is a nightmare. I would absolutely hate living in Europe. I would cry myself to sleep every night. I would probably end up in jail if I ever lived in Europe, because there is no way that I would pay those taxes. No way. I would find myself a very creative accountant and I would figure out how to pay none of that fucking money. Like zero. I am actually, for example, I don't know if you guys, do you know who Jimmy Carr is? What country isn't capitalistic? China is also, no, they're corporatist. Look, capitalism can't be state-centered. Like, physically can't. The definition of capitalism is free market, right? The very definition of capitalism is free market. Free market means freedom from government interference. So when the government runs the economy, it doesn't matter how the government runs the economy, it can never be capitalist. Never. Because the fucking government runs it. The government can't be capitalist. It's a lie. Reporters and shit love saying, China has a government like capitalist system. What are you saying? That's like saying, we've got a very cold, wet fire here. What? No, you either have a fire or it's cold and wet. Can't be both. Right? Can't be both. That just doesn't make sense. What the fuck you're saying doesn't make sense. The fact of the matter is, there is no capitalist country because every single government is so involved in the markets that the markets aren't real anymore. The markets do not respond to supply and demand. The markets are artificially controlled by the government. Corporate, but it's a state. Yeah, but corporate is already like corporatism. So what corporatism means, right, is it's when the government and corporations have gotten married. That's what corporatism means. What that usually means is you and I get fucked. That's what it means. That's corporatism. It's when the government and corporations get married. It's what happens in China. All of those corporations are married to the government. They do what the government tells them. It's the US 100%. The US corporations and the government is married. You think any of those senators gives a fuck about you? They couldn't care less. They get paid serious amounts of cash by corporations to make sure that you and I get fucked. It's been a while. No, again, I want to reiterate this and just be clear. I want you to live the best life that you can live. And I want you to be happy, right? Whichever that might be. I'm not here to tell you what could make you happy because it's not my job, right? I'm not supposed to tell you what... I'm not supposed to force my views on you. And I don't want to force my views on anyone. I just don't get why your views are always forced on me. Why is it that no one seems willing to let me be free? I'm willing to let everyone else be free. I'm willing to let everyone else live their best fucking life. It just feels like no one wants me to live mine. Because suddenly, my taxes should also be used to pay for all the fucking utopia shit. MC Savvy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Wild Boy, I can't agree with that. Painty, come visit where? Damn late this morning. Morning Echo, Mr. Smokin'. How you doing, brother? You are fucking late. Wild Boy. No, I don't want to live under anyone. I want to live under myself. Now, I have a theory that I want to share with you guys, and you can tell me whether I'm completely fucking nuts or whether you agree with me. But I think I know when the world will be absolutely free. And when I say absolutely free, I mean completely free. The moment where most governments become almost completely obsolete. And gets completely destroyed. You are just too South Afrikaner. Trackers, what do you mean? How can I be too... by the way, my views are not supported by the vast majority of South Africans. The vast majority of South Africans are socialist and communist. So, very much no. They don't want me to live my best life either. They want me to pay for their shit. The world will be free when Jesus returns. I don't know about that, but the world will be free when the price for your control becomes so high that you're no longer willing to pay it. This basically means the world will be free when everyone is so well armed that a government can no longer exercise control without almost guaranteeing its complete destruction. Yeah, you are completely free then. It will also most likely be the moment where most crimes are solved almost immediately. People will just no longer commit crime because the price of stealing something from you could mean the end of my life with literal no time wasted. That's when the world goes free. Because you wouldn't dare steal something from someone else because you could get fucked very quickly, very early. Right? Basically what I'm saying is give every single citizen in the world a nuke. And then watch no one use it because everyone's too fucking afraid. Or just determine the complete and utter annihilation of the human species within minutes, right? That could happen too. No, I was reading this book. It's called The Coming Race. And it's this story. Now they say that it's fictional, right? But it doesn't read like a storybook. It's a very weird book because the book, you guys should actually listen to it. It's very fucking interesting. The Coming Race. It's insane. The guy tells a story of him and a friend going down this mine shaft, right, in the early 1900s, late 1800s, actually. They're going down this mine shaft, and he's with an engineer that's sort of trying to figure out, Trickerous, thanks for the follow, dude, really appreciate that, welcome to the stream. They're trying to figure out where to mine next, because they're sort of mining minerals. I can't remember what minerals they're mining, but they're mining minerals, and as they go down this mine shaft, so his friend actually goes first, right? And his friend's gone for about 2 hours, comes back up, literally pale as if he's seen a ghost. Doesn't want to talk about it. That night they get drunk, and his friend finally tells him what he saw. So his friend says he got down to the bottom of the mine shaft, and then he started sort of walking, and he got to this giant sort of cliff in the mine, like just this giant fucking drop that he can't see anything down below. And so he sort of saw that there's rocks that he could climb down on the side. There's like rocks that he could climb down on. And so he went down the rocks, and he got to this little sort of, shall we say, perched area, and then it goes down again. And he saw light coming up from below, like actual light coming up from below. And he's like, how the fuck is this possible? Right? I'm literally in the earth. How is there light coming from below? So he went back up, and the next day they actually went down. Him and his friend went down. Upon going down, his friend's rope actually snapped, and he fell to his death at the bottom. But as he got to the bottom, he actually saw a road, a physical road in the earth that's lit with actual lights. And he saw these buildings. And he saw these buildings of beings, and the beings is described sort of looking like the ancient the beings on the pyramids, right? Half bird, half man, but much larger than us. So they're according to him, they're not giants, but they're sort of between humans and giants. These beings with sort of eagle facial features and humanoid facial features. But they discovered, so I'll tell you guys, whether you believe this to be an actual thing that happened or just a story, you can make up your own mind about that. I think it's just a story. But he tells about, they discovered Vril, or Vril, right? It's a Vril society. Do you guys know what a Vril society is? Is there anyone that knows what a Vril society is? The Nazis were obsessed with it, yes. The Nazis were absolutely obsessed with Vril. The Nazis claimed that they discovered a Vril society living in Berlin, right? Now, Vril, so the Nazis were obsessed with the energy of the black sun. For those of you that don't know, you can go do the research. Hitler and his crazy people were absolutely fucking nuts for the energy of the black sun, right? They believed that there's energy all around us, and true power would come at tapping that energy, right? The energy that flows everywhere. But it's huge. It didn't start with the Nazis. This theory isn't a Nazi theory. The Nazis simply grabbed onto the theory, right? They simply grabbed onto it. They believed that it could be done, yeah? And there are people that claim they did it. There's actual people who claim they did discover Vril. But anyways, so these people in the book tell about they discovered Vril. And suddenly, governments and war became something of the past. So he actually says that he describes to them America and how he found how America is the leader of the world because of democracy and all the rest of it, you know. And he says that these people, these creatures, just look at him completely unfazed, and they actually eventually told him that democracy is sort of barbaric and very old school thinking. And that Vril, when they discovered Vril, the need for governments and crime and things like that completely disappeared. Mainly because if you had two armies both wielding Vril, it would result in the mutual destruction of both armies. Right? So neither army would survive. It would be instant destruction. Coward wouldn't trust anything he believed in. He's bit crazy. Yeah, I'm not really interested in what Hitler believed in or didn't believe in. It's still interesting. Like, have you ever asked yourself, why were the Nazis so obsessed with the occult? They were absolutely obsessed with the occult. They believed in it. They believed in witchcraft and in sort of the inner workings of magic in the real world. They were obsessed with these things. It's interesting that they believe that, because those aren't necessarily things that Germans were prone to believing at the time, right? And even a madman can have some interesting ideas, right? Hitler had a bunch of fucked up ideas, but maybe Vril isn't something that far off, you know? Oh yeah, they tried to build UFOs as well. There's actual people that claim that they succeeded. There are people that claim that they succeeded. Nazi scientists for their space programs. If we started a gang to take over the world, you're going up against all secret societies in Asia, the Middle East, the English royals, the US corporations. You need to find some kind of secret. True, I suppose. There's a theory that suggests that Hitler was never killed. Have you guys heard about that? The conspiracy theory that suggests that Hitler was never killed. And there's some, when you look into it, there is some reason to maybe believe it. Mainly because they never actually showed his body. They showed the bodies of all of the other high-ranking generals of German military. They never showed him, right? They never showed his body. They basically just said, yeah, he committed suicide, and boom, that was it. Yeah. And so there's a theory that suggests that Hitler and the Nazis knew that they were going to lose. They knew that it was coming. And so they retreated to their base in the South Pole. I kid you not. There is actual theories around that. And there's people who claim that they have evidence of this, right? Or at least that they have evidence that points to this, right? That Hitler, because Hitler was obsessed with the South Pole. They had, out of, like, for some reason, no one even understands why, but for some reason they were sending incredible amounts of resources to the South Pole, when really there's nothing in the South Pole, right? There's no reason to actually be there outside of, scientific discovery. But Hitler and his fucking band of crazies, they were obsessed with the South Pole. And they actually believe that Hitler managed to build a secret base in the South Pole. And the reason they believe this is so there were 3 warships, submarines, sent by the Allies to the South Pole after the defeat of the Nazis. All 3 of them sunk, just disappeared, completely gone. Just nothing. As if they never even went there. So people are like, wait, what the fuck? Where did these warships go? Where did they, what happened? Entrance to Hollow Earth? I've heard that theory too. See, I love conspiracy theories. Not because I believe all of them. I actually don't believe very many of them. The only conspiracy theory I absolutely believe is aliens. I believe that we've been visited by aliens. I believe that aliens have probably been to Earth multiple times. And I actually believe that they probably come more than we even realize. But most other conspiracy theories I just find interesting. I just find them interesting. I find interesting that they could be true, and if they are true. So my brother actually asked me this while we were driving back from Polokwane to Pretoria. Think about this. Just think about life after this event, right? So I want all of you to look out of the window right now, wherever you are, right? Look out of the window. Now imagine that suddenly, out of nowhere, right, appears a wizard that falls on the ground and sort of rolls on the ground, gets up with their wand, shooting fucking bolts at something, and then you see another wizard appear out of thin air, shooting bolts, and then suddenly both of them disappear again. That's it. That's literally it. That's all you see. But you see it with your own eyes. You've genuinely seen it. What is life like for you after that? Or future us, just checking how things are. I mean, that's also possible, right? Phasma, I don't think life is normal for you after that, because you've suddenly realized, right, that there is more to this world than meets the eye. You have to think about this, right? You suddenly realize that there is more to this world than meets the eye. You have seen something that you were not supposed to see. How do you go back to normal after that? You can't access it. You can't get there. That world is now gone, but you know that you saw this world. You saw this world. That must be hell on earth. Omi, Oreb, it's something that I've struggled with as well, because as humans, we sort of assume that all life must be carbon-based, right? Because all life on Earth is carbon-based. But it is entirely possible that there are races out there that isn't carbon-based, for whatever fucking reason, right? No, but we assume that all life must be carbon-based. Which is why whenever we sort of look at different planets that could house life, we always look for the planets that could house life based on our life force, right? So what kind of planets would we need to survive on? That doesn't mean that there is only carbon-based life forms. It could just mean that we are a carbon-based life form and therefore we wouldn't survive on any other planet. But there might be species that sort of survived or developed in a different space, a different area, a different set of circumstances, and their life form is completely different, right? So it's interesting to think about. Again, I'm not really passing any judgment. I don't know. I just really like thinking about things like this. I really enjoy thinking about stuff like this. Because I sometimes it's nice to imagine that there's maybe more to this world than what we know. Right? It is nice to think, what if the things that we think is real is only sort of part of it? Let's even look on Earth. There is a majority of animals that blood is iron-based, but there are some copper-based. It still doesn't, it's still carbon-based, right? At the basic fundamental role. But I get what you're saying. Differences can happen, right? And differences do happen. Nature is weird, right? And nature can do different and weird things. We won't know until we discover it. Dark gravity, dark energy make up 90% of the universe's mass, but we cannot see it or interact with it. There's so much that we don't yet know, and so much that we still have to fucking know. I love thinking about things like this. I love watching documentaries about things like this. But I was recently also watching another documentary that now this will actually blow your mind. I'm not gonna show you guys this, but I sort of suggest you watch it on your own time. Just looking for it now. I watch way too much fucking. I watch way too much series, dude. Is this the one? I think this is the one. Yeah. All right. I want you to, whenever you have time, go look at this video. You will be mind blown to learn about who owns the fucking world, dude. This documentary will absolutely blow your fucking mind. Too much at that time? Whooper, how you doing, bro? You would really enjoy Resident Evil 8 for the story? I don't think I would. It's too scary for me. Watch that. It's an hour long. And by the way, you can absolutely... You can fact check everything. I've sort of fact checked about 50% of his videos so far, and it all checks out. And it's not like he's using sort of weird, off the cuff research. He's using Yahoo Finance for the most part. So you can literally just type the same shit into Yahoo Finance and find all of the same content. But absolutely go watch that if you've ever wanted to know who owns the world. It's scary. Let's just say that. It's fucking scary when you learn that everything you think you know about our world is completely and utterly false. Time lapse of the universe. I think I've seen this before. Oh yeah, I've watched this before. Yeah, I've seen this one before. I did share it. Styling. There you go. You can click that link to the video. It's surreal, dude. There's kinds of docs too. Love the science of space, etc., and the many philosophies about it. So yeah. But I'll tell you guys this: that Monopoly video that I just shared. Do yourself a fucking favor and watch it. And when you finished watching it, let me know on Discord what you think about everything you've seen there. I'd love to know what you guys think of it. Morocco being the one who controls the nations like USA, China, Taiwan, etc. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. What the fuck? Did you what? Whooper, it's not companies that control everything. It's two. It's two companies that own everything. And if you actually boil into those two companies, it's one company in the world that owns absolutely everything. BlackRock and Vanguard. BlackRock and Vanguard. These are BlackRock and Vanguard, if you combine the amount of money that runs through them directly and indirectly every single year, it comes out to about, I think, 35 trillion US dollars that runs through them every single year. They're combined, those two companies have more money than literally any, more money than the US and China combined, right? They're incredibly rich. Now, BlackRock, you actually know who the owners are. You know who the CEO is, you know who the people are that's investing in it. Vanguard is set up in such a way that no one knows who owns or works for Vanguard. No one knows who the CEO is of Vanguard. No one knows who the investors are of Vanguard. No one knows. You really have to drill into Vanguard to figure out that the majority of Vanguard's money comes from three foundations or charities in this case. It's the Clinton Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Open Society. George Soros' Open Society Foundation. Those are the three foundations that invest the majority of their funds into Vanguard. And then Vanguard uses that money to invest in other companies. It turns out that those companies own shares in Coke. They own shares in Pepsi, right? Then they own shares in Nike, but they also own shares in Reebok and Adidas and all the rest of it. So they basically own shares everywhere. Everywhere. So in other words, there is no real competition because they own all of it, right? So whether it's Coke that's making profit or whether it's Pepsi that's making profit, at the end of the day, it's Vanguard and BlackRock that's making the profit. They're just profiting on everything, doesn't matter what, right? Wild Boy, so Vanguard owns stock in Facebook, Google, and Apple. The same with BlackRock. They own stocks in Facebook, Google, and Apple, right? So no matter what, right, company you can dream of, Vanguard and BlackRock are the two largest shareholders of those companies. They don't care about voting rights. They just care about owning shares in it. They don't really give a shit about like making decisions, because you'll figure out how they set it up. They set it up in such a way that they basically control all of it, but without owning 100% of the stock, right? They don't own 100% of the stock because that would eventually governments would start interfering, right? But the way in which they own the stock. So, for example, JP Morgan, right, owns, I think, 3 or 4% of Facebook stock. JP Morgan, right? But then also BlackRock and Vanguard own like 5 or 6% of JP Morgan stock. Yeah? But BlackRock and Vanguard also own 5 to 6% of each other's stock. Right? And then they own more shares in other investment firms that also own shares in Facebook. So when you start adding it up, it turns out that like BlackRock and Vanguard own a ton of stock via, right? Because they own stock in almost everyone, and everyone is almost involved in everything else. So eventually it builds up to Vanguard owning all the stock. It's very weird how they've built it, but they've built it in such a way that you can't actually interfere with it. Jimbo, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Again, it's interesting. Am I saying that it's actually real? No, I don't know, right? Maybe they just want to make money and they don't even have any other interests whatsoever. Still very interesting to watch. Very interesting to know that this is how our world is set up. And I think even more interesting when you realize that our world is literally built so that you and I cannot get ahead. I think the frustration becomes quite real when you realize that the entire world is built so that these families, these ancient fucking families, that they're the ones who keeps getting richer and richer and richer, and that the rest of us can go fuck ourselves. By Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley is owned by Mitsubishi. I'm sure if you boil down, you'll find that BlackRock is then also an owner of Mitsubishi, or at least owns shares in Mitsubishi. At the end of the day, these companies, I know the one country that they're struggling with at the moment would be China, because China doesn't actually allow for outside investors to own anything in their companies. Or yes, 401ks or retirement funds. I don't think anyone should have a retirement fund. I see retirement funds as complete and utter wastes of money. Like, I would rather take my money from a 401k and put it into the actual stock market, just invest in stocks and some crypto and shit. Fuck retirement funds, especially in South Africa. I don't know how it works in the rest of the world, but in South Africa, they are a fucking joke, dude. They are a joke. So the laws in this country means that you can't withdraw more than 1/3 of your retirement money as a lump sum, right? So 2/3 of your retirement money must always remain in your retirement fund. You can't withdraw it. You can only take it monthly, right? Once you retire. So if you are someone that was forced to quit working and now you want to start a business, you can't actually start the business with your retirement money. The other problem is if you move out of the country, your retirement funds can't actually go with you. It stays in the country. To me, that is just fucking bonkers. It's my money. I work for that money. It belongs to me. I can waste it whichever fucking way I want. Right? Mainly that's it's sort of what I'm working towards as well. Stay alive 100 years since retiring, easy. But that's sort of what I want as well, right? I will work in such a way that I can be financially completely free by the age of 40. Investing in stock, investing in crypto, investing in land eventually. Could you be able to transfer that money somewhere to use it later when you move out? Errol, no. No, retirement funds remains, and my government's now trying to pass a bill that allows them to borrow money from the retirement funds of South Africa. Because my government's running out of money, so they want to borrow money from the retirement funds that they'll then pay back with interest to the retirement funds, right? In order to fuel all of their things that they want to waste money on. In every other country that's ever been done, the retirement fund has been completely drained with no money ever being paid back into it. Use Social Security fund for government shit. Oh my god, the fact that fucking governments, the fact that people can even allow a government to think about raiding the social security funds or the retirement funds is surreal. Because governments don't pay that shit back. They will spend every penny of that money and they will not give a fuck. So no, I would fight that. If I was you guys, I would fight that shit. I would definitely not allow that. Fuck that noise, bro. That's what people are saying. A lot of people are against it. People should be against it. I guarantee you now, once the government gets their hands on Social Security, the Social Security fund is fucking bankrupt. The government will empty that shit out. Have you ever met a government that is afraid of spending money? Have you ever met a government that is afraid of spending money? It's always easy when it's not your money to spend, right? It's always easy to spend money when it's not your fucking money to spend. And so I don't trust the government with shit. Tax old people's money. Shit breaks loose. A lot of European and South American riots start with pension issues. I mean, I love spending other people's money. Same. It's easy when it's not your money. Government tried to spend money on other countries' toll roads as a return. Wait, what? How did that work out, Tuck Butford? How did that go? Is hard about it. For all of our guns, we let these criminals do what they want. Bentley's so fucking true, bro. Crazy man. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate it. 5 months in a row. Thank you, brother. E-tolls. Oh my fucking god. E-tolls, the biggest failure. My government just will not let go of that thing. Last time my government tried to touch pensions, we burned the Congress building down. Good for you, Arab. Which country are you from? Because I kind of like that. So my government tried to implement a system here. Foul Smoke just reminded me of that. Called e-toll, right? Which basically your car gets a chip, and then you sort of get taxed when you drive on the fucking roads, right? You get taxed when you're driving in the cities. And people just straight up said, fuck you. Like, e-tolls, no one pays their e-toll bill, and the government doesn't actually have the ability to get the funds from people. They can't get the funds out of people. Because basically what they're doing is they have to sue you if you're not paying, right? They have to take you to court if you're not paying. But they have to take you to court using registered mail, which costs money. It's like $35 per registered mail that you send. So basically what people do is once they get the form that sort of says registered mail, right? You now have to pay because we're suing you. You go and you quickly pay your e-toll bill. It means they've wasted a ton of money, right? Because they had to start the legal proceedings. They had to do all that shit. And as it turns out, it didn't even go that far, right? ETOL just doesn't work, and my government keeps doubling down. They keep passing more and more laws to get ETOL to work. And people just keep going, no, I don't think I'll pay. The government just doesn't fucking let it go. They just keep pushing. They're going to get this shit working. Eventually people will pay. And this is the one issue where South Africans said, this is the hill we die on. Fuck your ETOL. Like, genuinely, this is the one issue South Africans said, this is where we die. This is where we fucking die. We won't pay your shitty toll. Because we already pay, like, fuel fucking, fuel tax. We pay normal taxes for roads. So people were just like, no, thank you. No fucking thank you. We're not paying another tax to use the roads that we're already paying for twice. We're not paying more. So you can go fuck yourself with your system. Silver Coppin sounds about right. My government is filled with a bunch of fucking morons, dude. You have no idea. I have by far the dumbest government in the world. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm pretty fucking convinced. What do you think, in your opinion, is the best country on earth right now, and why? Singapore. D-Rocker. Zimbabwe. Freedom! Yeah, Zimbabwe, great country. South Africa is pretty fucked, but yeah, it's a nice country to live in. If you're earning in dollars, you live great in South Africa. Like, if you're working from home, right, and you want to live like a rich person, move to South Africa right now, go find yourself a nice house in Cape Town, you live like a king. If you earn a salary of, say, $2,000-3,000 US and you work from home, you will live like literally you'll be in the 1% of South Africa with $4,000 a month. Actually, less, $3,000 a month will put you in the 1% of South Africa. So you'll live like a fucking king. But yeah, I would say the best country right now in the world would probably be Singapore. Like if I had to choose a country that I would move to, purely based on their economic structure, it would be Singapore. But Texas still has my heart. I still love Texas. So I'd probably say Texas is the best country in the world. And before anyone goes, wait a second, are you saying the US? No. I'm saying Texas. Texas is the best country in the world. And before you go, but it is the US? No, it's the Republic of Texas, motherfucker. It's all about freedom, Shamanita. It's all about freedom. I like guns, I like beef. Why not? Let's do this. To Texas, I'll take you for a barbecue. Oh, yeah. San Antonio. Hey, I want to see the whole of Texas. It's a good country, you know? It's a great republic. I'll have a flag of Texas flying outside my fucking house. Don't like digging coal and sending it to China like as Aussies, as 90% of your economy. Tuck Buffett, definitely not. Such a thing, well, most states are like its own country. Primero, but the truth is that Texas is technically its own country. Texas is still a republic. If you look at all Texas documents, it still says the Republic of Texas. Hilariously, did you know there is a legit cowgirl outfit in Final Fantasy XIV? Wait, really, Nico? And yeah, Shamanita, I know. I think Texas have threatened, and when I say threatened, I mean they've actually come very close to seceding 3 times in U.S. history. Like, and when I say, like, they've always wanted to secede, but 3 times they've come literally as close to signing the document of secession. And from what I understand, Texas is the one state in the union that would secede the easiest, because all it would take is literally 1 click. Rahimski, how you doing, bro? Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Found you through your clips channel a week ago, and I've watched literally 50 videos on my phone. Enjoy the ad revenue, and thanks for the entertainment, bro. thanks for watching. Really appreciate that, and thanks for giving me the money. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm hoping that the new content on the Clips channel is going to be a little bit better. We're still working through a major backlog of videos for the Clips channel. So soon there'll be more fresh content for the Clips channel. I'm even starting to think about starting a second fucking Clips channel, just because we make too many clips. Just today's stream has like 7 clips. So if I want to get all of the clips in a single day onto the fucking Clips channel, I'm gonna need like 2 channels in order to push out clips. Shamanita, I don't think they're gonna think twice. I do think that Texas will eventually secede. I think the only way for America forward is apart. I don't think America will survive as a single country for long. I mean, I've told you guys this before, right? Do you think the people of California and the people of Texas live in the same country when it comes down to values? So why the fuck are they in the same country? They shouldn't be in the same country. Texas and California should not be the same country. Like I said, I have no judgment. Whether you believe that California is right or whether you believe that it's Texas that's right, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who's right. They just don't belong together. California is crazy. I hate it going there. It's dirty. There's smog. Kind of smells like pee. But there's people who love that. Shamanita, the problem is that there's differences that can't be embraced. There are differences that cannot be embraced. Here's the thing. If I believe, right, that my taxes should be very low and that the government shouldn't spend on needless shit or shouldn't try to fix the world's problems, and you believe that your taxes should be high and that the government should fix all of your problems, these are differences that you and I cannot embrace. Because on a fundamental level, you and I disagree on what should happen with my fucking money, right? That's a big difference to get over, right? I hate the fact that other people get to fucking decide what happens to my money. Because it's mine. I should be able to decide for myself, you know? So I think the US can only survive if it breaks apart. It needs to secede. Let the blue states be with the blue states and let the red states be with the red states. And even then, I don't think that all of the red states would stand together. I think that there are red states who just will not agree with some of the other red states. And in that case, go be the best you know? In fact, I don't even think secession is needed. I think the only thing that the US really needs is the federal government needs to disappear. Foul Smoke, I highly disagree that it would lead to another civil war. The world's appetite for war have become increasingly sort of standoffish. Most people in the world these days do not care for war. Most people don't. If you do the actual research, you find out that wars aren't dying because countries are working together more, or because there's a European Union and now the European countries aren't taking each other on anymore. Wars are dying because people no longer want to fucking do it. And the reason for it is war is dangerous now, right? Back when all we had was muskets and cannons, you could kill some people, sure, but you couldn't wipe out an entire fucking city. These days, literally a single bomb could wipe out an entire city. So people are sort of scared of just going to fucking war, right? Because war is devastating now. We've built weapons to the point where war could very easily become extremely uncomfortable for a lot of people very quickly. So we decide not to do that. And you could still have trade between the different provinces and the states of the US. But Chamanita, to answer your question, yes, state government alone. Yeah. Also, I would say Bentley has a good point there. Isn't America already in a civil war? Because wars can either be hot or cold, right? You don't necessarily always have to have bombs dropping and guns firing for a war to be going on. If you look at how little respect the states have for one another, are you seriously telling me that America isn't already at war? Because I would say it's been at war for a while now. The Chinese dictatorship isn't going to last forever. China's government is not going to last forever. In fact, I would be willing to bet that within the next 50 years, the Chinese government will be overthrown by the people. The vast majority of people in China are no longer in favor of their government, specifically the rich, which is funny. You would think the rich would be on board with the CCP. The rich isn't on board with the CCP. You see, because as they became more rich, as they started making more money, they started to realize that they don't have the freedom that people in the rest of the world have. The poor, on the other hand, is still very much reliant on the government, and therefore the poor doesn't really want to get rid of the government because the government takes care of them. It's not so for the people living in the cities. The people in the cities are increasingly becoming more and more standoffish with their government, which will mean that, no, the CCP will lose their place as the ruler of China. People at their core want freedom. The only people that want that want sort of big socialist communist states are people who have never lived in big socialist communist states, which is why so often when you spend time actually playing and talking to Eastern Europeans, you'll find that Eastern Europeans are extremely anti-socialism and communism because they lived under it. Most of them, in living memory, lived under the USSR. They know what that shit was like. So, no, China yearns for freedom, and they will eventually have it. It might take time, but they will eventually have it. The only thing that saves North Korea at this point, Rahimsky, is China. If China falls, North Korea falls very quickly alongside it. Because, let's just say, China protects North Korea in various ways. One of which is protecting the border between North Korea and China so the people from North Korea can't fucking escape, right? But that's not going to last forever. As soon as that dictatorship in China falls, the people of North Korea are just going to walk out. Cumbria, I get what you're saying, and to an extent I agree with you, but also I've spent enough time, like, I know a bunch of people from Eastern Europe who sort of have, there's some things that they like within sort of a socialist framework, but there is also some things that they don't, right? And there's more things within the socialist framework that they don't like than things that they do. But I get what you're saying. And yes, that is, I guess, an issue. Socialism is that medical care was good. Seth, the problem was medical care was only really good for some in the USSR. For others, it wasn't that great, right? An argument about Poland. China is the only reason the US hasn't destroyed North Korea. I sort of like, I wish the world would actually take. If there's one thing a government could do that I would say is actually a good thing to do, it would be to destroy the North Korean fucking dictatorship. The way those people live, oh my Jesus, dude. I've watched so many videos on North Korea. It is fucking sad. It is sad that people can, like, that anyone can even allow for people to live that way. Major confusion, but most of the wars from the 1880s onwards were about selling weapons and ammunition, and nowadays isn't that much of a profitable market anymore. Weapon manufacturing companies are happy with just providing supplies to sustain the local military activities, especially in the US. Parati, yes and no. Bro, there's a lady that you guys should absolutely look up. Her name is Yehomi Park. Have you guys ever seen her? Raimski has it. Yehomi Park. She defected from North Korea. Her and her family defected from North Korea. Dude, the stories she tells you. So it's fucking chilling. It's fucking chilling, dude. When you have kids, right? Kids, normal kids that's supposed to be playing out in the fields catching grasshoppers and insects for food, because there is no food. There's nothing. The government owns everything, and everything that the government fucking does belongs to the government first. Audi, how you doing? Yes, she was on Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, a couple of others. She has her own YouTube channel. She also wrote a book. Yeah. I actually learned about North Korea first from Michael Malice. North Korea is a communist country, yes, D-Rocker. They're fully fucking communist. They did well during the era of the USSR, because the USSR was sort of paying them. Shows for North Korea? Jesus. Yehomi Park. You could probably just type in North Korea Park and it should bring up her channel on YouTube, or one of her channels on YouTube. But I actually learned about North Korea from Michael Malice first. He wrote Dear Reader, right? The unofficial autobiography of King Kim Jong-un, of King Kim Jong-il, whichever is the first sort of leader. And it's incredible. The dude spent a lot of fucking time sort of writing, like, he spent a lot of time in North Korea going through, like, learning everything that there was to learn about North Korea and how things are set up and how things are built. So it's crazy when you read his book, Dear Reader, Michael Malice. He's a troll, and his book is really funny. There's a shit ton of comedy in the book as well, but he also highlights the incredible atrocities that's being committed there. Also, North Korea can legit be wiped in mostly 2 weeks with artillery, aerial supremacy. Yeah, but at the same time, it's sort of like, you don't know what kind of atrocities they can commit when they know that the world is going to invade. YouTube, getting a haircut in North Korea. It's a funny video, but very deceptive. I'll check it out. Yeah, I do have to say, though, I will never be okay with people launching nukes. Nukes serve its purpose of keeping all the fucking crazy people in check, but no one should ever use them. I mean, they actually, the stories that they told those people, dude, it's surreal. The stories that they told the North Korean people. So the North Korean people actually believe that Kim Jong-sung, not Kim Jong-sung, Kim Jong-il, was born on a mountaintop, and that he sort of have special powers and shit. Like he can move mountains, and Kim Jong-sung single-handedly defeated the American scum and shit like that. It's fucking insane. Yeah, he won the World Cup. It's like all sorts of crazy fucking stories that they believe about the leader. It's fucking insane. Kenneth, I absolutely disagree with you, mainly because I am, like him, an anarchist. And I have one problem with libertarianism, right? Enjoy your main clips channel, Echo. Zenzio, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Welcome for the first time chat. And thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I have one problem with libertarianism. For the most part, I've been a libertarian for most of my life, right? At least most of my adult life, I've been a libertarian. But I've always had one big problem with libertarianism. Who stops the government from becoming too big? Because libertarians always just assume that there's going to be some magical government that doesn't want power. All governments started out as libertarian governments, and all of them grew to the sizes that they are today. So unless you're interested in having a civil war every 200-300 years, much like what George Washington suggested would have to happen in the US, by the way, for those of you that didn't know, upon the signing of the founding of America, right? George Washington famously said, America will have a civil war every 200 years to reaffirm the documents. Because this is how it works, right? Governments take power, and governments keep taking power. It's what they do. Governments are inherently the enemy of the people and should always be treated as such. So which is why I moved to anarchism, because I believe that libertarianism will ultimately fall into the exact same trap as every other government system. A government will get too big, and eventually it will start controlling the people and trying to control the flow of money and all the rest of it. So I think the only way to actually have that is to not have a government at all. Do you think some organization steps in and fills the void? BDO, not necessarily, because if there is nothing for them to fill the void of, right, then no. Must be a Michael Malice fan then. Fan? Not much. I'm not a fan of anyone. I like Michael Malice. I like some of his theories. I disagree with some of his theories as well. But for the most part, I would say him, Dave Smith, I enjoy. I enjoy their topics, and I enjoy what they talk about. For the most part, yes. Couldn't agree more. Alex, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the first time chat. Symptom of corporatism, distorting capitalism into monopolies, which is what corrupts government. Kind of, but the problem is you'll never be able to stop that, right? That's sort of the only problem I have. On paper, I 100% agree with libertarianism. If you could get a government that doesn't grow its power, if you could get because here's the thing, people love referencing the Constitution. What the fuck is the Constitution? Genuine, what is a Constitution? It's a piece of fucking paper. A government doesn't have to follow. The Constitution only means something as long as people follow it. As long as people agree that this piece of paper has power, the piece of paper has power. But as soon as someone goes, no, I don't think I will. What are you going to do? The piece of paper isn't going to go, no, you can't do that. Like, the guy just goes, I don't think I will, and that's it. That's the fucking end of it. So, what do you build that keeps a government in check? I don't think you can build anything. Governments, by their very nature, by their design, is the enemy of the people. And they will always grow their power because it's what they do. The problem with governments as well is that it always attracts the worst individuals in the world. I challenge each and every one of you to look at your governments right now and answer a simple question. Do any of you believe that the people in your government are the smartest people in the room? Do any of you actually believe that? There's a reason for that, by the way. It's because the people that is attracted to government are not the best and the brightest among us. The best and the brightest among us go into the private sector, or they go into academia, they go teach, or they go do something else. They don't go into politics. They don't go into politics because they know it's a waste of fucking time, because the wolves are the ones in government. And as the famous saying goes, if I don't butcher it, democracy is basically a wolf and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. That's democracy. Democracy doesn't work. It's just wrong. Scar says in Lion King, I'm surrounded by idiots. Oh man, don't remind me of lacking. I want to be the good dictator king. The issue is that so oftentimes, so I've sort of wondered, okay, what happens if you could be dictator for a day? What would you do? Well, you could have all sorts of incredible ideas of the things that you're going to do, right, as a dictator. Almost always, those things, if you want to do them, will have to come at the sort of expense of your soul, right? Because you're going to have to do very many bad things in order to do some good things. The Soviet Union is a great example of this, right? Millions died in the Soviet Union due to famine and gulags. And a lot of those people died because the government was trying to protect some kind of weird ideal, right? Of some kind of utopia that they were trying to invent. It's one of the reasons I've always said, if you want a surefire way of knowing who not to trust, anyone that sells you utopia is a fucking liar. Like, the second someone tries to sell you utopia, run the fuck away. Just run the fuck away. Moldovan peasant, thank you for 2 months. Did really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you. Glad to be back, bro. Glad to be back. How you doing? There is no utopia when humans are involved, and that's not a bad thing. That's just a thing.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
I think absolute democracy and absolute dictatorship is the same thing, because popular opinions can be controlled when you have resources.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? Oh, Zixik, yeah, that I agree with 100%. Sorry, I was sort of focusing on something else and I 100% agree with that. 100%, yeah. Video, no thanks. Look, at the end of the day, human beings are flawed, right? If you wanted utopia, you would need something other than human beings to be involved in that system. Because wherever there's human beings, there's always going to be someone that's trying to take advantage of the system. And it doesn't matter how good you try to set up the system, there's always going to be someone that's trying to take advantage of the system and trying to find a loophole. This is guaranteed. You can do nothing about it. Yeah? Which is why I will never tell people that anarchy is a solution or a coming utopia. Because it's not. There is no such thing as utopia. It doesn't exist. No system can bring you utopia. It's one of the things that pisses me off most about capitalist warriors who sell capitalism as if capitalism only existed, there would be utopia. And it's like, in what fucking universe? Like, where? Does your capitalist system not include humans? Because then maybe, sure. Otherwise, fucking not so much. Alex, thank you for the gifted stuff. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. Really appreciate all the support, guys. You guys are absolutely rocking. I think humans so often want easy solutions to very, very difficult problems, right? Technically, the Matrix could make everyone's utopia. Technically, but again, gonna come with a lot of downsides. Humans love easy solutions, at least easy sounding solutions. And I think that's the danger. That's why politicians do so well, because they know how to make solutions sound easy, and humans are automatically drawn to it. Because the truth is, if politicians were honest, they would have to get up on stage in front of everyone and go, ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably not going to be able to do anything for you, but I promise I'll try to do some things. Like, I'm likely not going to make your life any better. Only you can make your life better. But I'll try and make it as easy as possible for you to make your life any better. How many votes do you think that politician is going to get? Seriously speaking, how many votes do you think that guy's going to get? Thailand, yeah, humans used to do that as well under kings. No capitalism involved. Be careful not to take things that we used to do, right, when morality was incredibly different and people weren't really all that bothered, and sort of going, this is the fault of X system, because it's not really. That system today would not work at all. Doing the political segment again? Lol, hides. Gamer Girl, how you doing? I would 100% I would vote for a guy like that, right? The person who stands up and says, okay, people, I'm not going to make your life any better. There's nothing I can do for you. It's all fucked. I would vote for that guy because at least he's being honest, right? At least he's being honest. It irks me that so many people just accept that politicians lie and it's just okay for some fucking reason that politicians can lie. No one else is allowed to lie. If anyone else lies to you, you get really angry. But then when a politician lies, you just go, oh my God, that's just, political speak. I think that, what? How the fuck is that all right? That makes no fucking sense whatsoever, right? Nice the fire scenario and I will be happy. I'm just very anti-government. Very anti-government. I think governments do nothing but destroy people. I think they destroy happiness. I think governments lead to more suffering for people than anyone else ever could. Because more often than not, governments tend to remove people's ability to take care of themselves and lift themselves out of poverty through policies that make it incredibly difficult to actually get anywhere in life. I'd vote for whoever came up with an actual proposal to downsize the Congress in my country, to be honest. I would vote for anyone who wants to demolish my fucking government, if I'm honest. Governments are humans, and humans are flawed. I wonder if artificial intelligence could ever provide us with a better alternative than government. I think that's a government that could work, actually. If I were to sort of... If you were to have a government, an artificial government, and we're talking about one that actually works and is actually well-tuned, which it wouldn't because it was built by humans, but if you had an artificial intelligence that actually worked, that would probably be the only government you could trust, right? Because it would actually do the right thing for the right reasons. They control your life more than politicians do at this point. It's Big Tiger. The reason Big Tech was allowed to get as big as it is because of politicians. So I have no time for politicians whatsoever. I don't think any of them is better or worse. They're all equally fucking shit. I don't care who's in the White House. It's the White House that's corrupt. Doesn't matter who it is. You should always ask yourself the following question, right? Think back in your lifetime. Think back to George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Trump, now Biden.
I think an AI government can only work if it is not built by humans. The arbiter will be an example. Imagine if we have a god, and the god comes to our planet and builds an arbiter for us.
It could work, sure. But thanks for the bits, by the way, Zix. Really appreciate that. Imagine all of those governments, yeah? All of those presidents. How much did your life actually change due to those presidents? How much did they actually do for you? And I will tell you, if you say anything other than fuck all, you're lying. Unless, of course, one of those presidents came to your house every day to give you a hand job to wake you up. In which case, sure, your life got a little bit better for the 4 years or 8 years that they were in charge. Short of that, it affected absolutely fuck all of your life. Like, those people made zero difference in your life. Misaki94, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Classic presidential hand job, exactly. They don't give a single... Of course they don't give a fuck about you. I'll tell you what did happen for all of those presidents. They got fucking rich. They made bank, bro. I heard the other day that Barack Obama charges a stupid amount of money to talk on Wall Street conferences and shit. So, you know, they're making bank. It's brilliant. George W. Bush made just as much fucking money after he was a president, talking at sort of Wall Street conferences and shit. At the end of the day, none of the people in government gives any fucks about you. And people need to learn that. They're in there for themselves, all of them. Who's that fucking asshole? She's something with Brooklyn or New York City. What's her name again? AOC. The uneducated person that's in Congress. She wears a tax the rich dress at a function that charges $30,000 a ticket or $35,000 a ticket. The fuck are you talking about? Your dress should say tax me. What? Let me go to this extremely fucking expensive party that no normal people can fucking pay for. But to make myself feel better, I'll wear a dress that says tax the rich. How about you go fuck yourself? How do you even have the money to pay for that fucking ticket? You should not be there. We're paying you way too much, it seems, because you have time to gallivant at $30,000 a fucking ticket functions rather than running the fucking country. And she has time to stream on Twitch. You have a country to run. The country's in the fucking shitter. How about you stop streaming on Twitch and just do your fucking job? But no, I have to wear white dresses that says tax the rich. Tax yourself, motherfucker. You're the problem? You're the problem? You have so much fucking money that you can go to parties and wear dresses that says tax the rich. Tax yourself. Like, none of us are at that fucking party, Jesus. You're at that party telling one of the rich people, don't worry, I'm not taxing you. I'm not taxing you. I just wear this dress so the fucking morons in the back can see and think I'm good and I'm fighting for them. Lol. And then, of course, don't even get me started on Turtle Boy. What's the fucker's name? Mr. McConnell. That guy is the biggest snake in the fucking world, dude. Like, that guy, oh my Jesus. It is, how do people vote for that fucking asshole is what I want to know. Like, I look at someone like Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck fucking Schumer guy. Is it Chuck Schumer? Whatever that fucking asshole's name is. And what's the other one? Lindsey Graham. I look at these people and I think, who votes for these people? Who the fuck goes into a voting booth and says, you know who haven't been in charge long enough? Turtle Boy. How long have those 4 people been in fucking office? How long have those 2 people been in fucking office? And fuck all has changed so far. Like, how in the cunt is this happening? Like, how in the cunt is this happening? Nothing changes and these people stay in power. Wait, how are they unelected officials? They're senators. Senators are elected, are they not? I'm pretty sure senators are elected. Ferrati, I know Argentina is very similar to my country, but they have no term limits. Americans are too lazy to research individuals and just vote party. The thing is, if you actually researched individuals, you would very quickly realize that the Democrats and the Republicans are equally fucked up. A vote for them is a vote for your slave owners, bro. They are fucking morons, the lot of them. People should stop voting. The one thing that made me so proud to be a South African happened about 3 weeks ago, when only 26% of my entire country showed up to vote. 26% of my entire country showed up to vote. Bro, I've never been so proud in my fucking life to be South African. Because my country is finally waking up and realizing it's a scam. All of it is a fucking scam. These people are fucking scamaz artists. Fuck them. I do. I live in South Africa. Terms. It's in to serve 6-year terms. It's fucking awesome. It's the one thing that made me happy is the fact that the majority of my country just said, nah, bro. Not voting, you get with no, it's Big Tiger. I'm the only one that gets to complain, actually. You that vote don't get to complain. Because you voted, you chose your lawyer. Similar to choosing a lawyer. You've chosen your lawyer, they will speak for you. And if they don't do the things that you wanted them to do, that's your fucking problem. You chose them. I did not choose a lawyer. I don't want to be part of your fucking farce. I'm being forced to be part of your farce, even though I don't want to be. The only people that get to complain in this world are the people who's not voting. Everyone else needs to shut the fuck up because you're part of the problem. You're creating the issues. You get these people into power that then somehow wave their dick around and I get fucking cummed on. I don't get it. Like, I don't mind, right? I genuinely don't mind. If you voted for someone, you deserve to be fucked by them. But I don't get why I also have to get fucked by them. It makes no sense to me. I never signed up for this, and yet I also get fucked in the ass. Doesn't seem right. Does not seem right to me. Of course it's going to stop the machine. Of course it is. If you do realize that if the majority of a country do not vote, if you have no one voting, there is no government. In fact, there are countries in the world where their constitution says that if it dips under a certain amount of people that don't vote, the government itself is considered illegitimate. So the government just can't be formed. So there's just nothing's going to happen. It's just good game. So, public immunity if we didn't vote? I wish we could. I wish I could say to people, I didn't vote for this crap. Leave me the fuck alone. But no one wants to leave me alone, bro. Everyone wants to build their stupid shit, right? And then force it on top of me. Everyone wants to go, yeah, we're going to do all of this shit. And fuck you, you'll pay for it too. I'm like, but I didn't vote for this crap. Fuck off, shut up, give us your money. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. This is not fair. This is not fair. I didn't vote for this, and yet I'm being forced to do it. And even if you do vote, you have to understand just how bonkers democracy is, dude. And when I say bonkers, I mean fucking bonkers. The majority gets to decide what the minority will be forced to do. It is literally voting for your dictator. Actually, you're voting for someone else's dictator. I don't even have the right to vote for my dictator. You vote for my dictator. It is the most immoral system in the world. Can I ask chat? Let's do a quick chat here. Let's check this. How many of you were absolutely against Donald Trump? Absolutely. And it's fine if you were. I don't give a fuck. I don't like any presidents, so I'm right there with you. Do we have anyone in chat that absolutely hated Trump? Voted for him. I'm against them all. I don't care. Opinion, you say, I dislike all politicians, not from NA, but I couldn't believe such a guy could get the presidency. I never voted at all. It was fun to watch him from abroad. Not me. I think he needed to quit tweeting so much. By 2019, the guy is atrocious. I love the tangerine toddler. All right. Do you think it was fair, even for those of you that isn't actually speaking up, but maybe you do feel that way, do you think it was fair that you were forced to live under Trump and his rules? Do you think that was fair? Even though you hated the guy, do you think it was fair? The answer, obviously, no. Now, how many of you hate Biden? Brandon, sorry. How many of you hate Brandon? Whew, almost got his name wrong there. Do you think that it's fair that you're forced to live under Brandon? Big surprise. How you doing, bro? It's not fair, right? So how can you tell me that democracy is fair when at least 50% of the human population lives under a tyrant that they themselves did not vote for, and yet they're forced to follow the rules of said tyrant? And before you go, it's democracy, they're not tyrants, try not paying your taxes. I challenge you. Try not paying your taxes tomorrow and see how the government treats you. There'll be people with guns outside your door very quickly going, excuse us, this is ours. Give it, or else. It is a tyranny. The only difference is you're being told that, hey, you're voting for it. I know America's in a democracy. It doesn't really mean anything in the context of this conversation. America's a constitutional republic, but people love pretending that America is a democracy, even though it makes no fucking sense. If only America's still stuck with its constitutional republic setup, America wouldn't be in the problem that it is right now. America is turned into a democracy because the federal government has far too much power that it's not supposed to have, at least not according to the founding fathers of America. And therefore, America nowadays is a democracy. Mainly because so many of your states already have this sort of whoever wins the popular vote wins all of the seats of the state, which is, again, not how it was supposed to be, right? It also was supposed to be that whoever gets second in the race was supposed to be the vice president. That was changed, obviously, as well. At the end of the day, democracy is nothing other than at least 50% of the people being forced to live under rules that they themselves did not vote for. Explain to me how that is fair. How is that fair? Genuine question. I'm really open to hearing from everyone. Our president is having more power than he has. Congress, that can't get out of their own way, has most of the power. Or me, Congress, president, doesn't really matter. As far as I'm concerned, they're all equally corrupt. Like, when I say president, I'm sort of talking about the whole government fucking machine. they're all equally fucked up as far as I'm concerned. Personally, I don't like democracy because I think democracy is oftentimes used as a bludgeoning device against the minorities. And when I say minorities, I mean minority voters, not minority people. They have a whole list of other problems that is also created by the government, which is sad because most people don't seem to see that. Verratti, our political parties are sort of weird. The base political party we have right now is a party called Action SA. Their leader is a man by the name of Herman Mashaba, which I actually like him. I wouldn't vote for him because I don't want to vote. But if I were to vote for anyone, I would vote Action SA. He's actually one of the few capitalists in South Africa. Action SA is one of the few capitalist parties in South Africa, and they did very well. It's actually quite interesting that in their first ever election, they were sort of started 2 years ago, and their first ever election, they did really, really well. So I'd say Action SA. Yeah, the ANC is still in charge for the most part, although they did lose Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni. They did lose those two, and they lost a number of. There's a number of hung municipalities right now in South Africa, so the ANC is on its way out. North Korea invokes democratic dictators. What do we do? Because everyone is so brainwashed into thinking that the government is necessary. Alex, agreed. It's sad, but it's fucking true. People seem to think that the government is needed. Tell me why. Why do you need a government? ANC control, they're fucked. Oh shit. Without government, you would have anarchy. Jimbo, you're saying that as if it's a bad thing. Anarchy is preferable to what we have now, at least in my opinion. No. What worse one? Every single thing that you can imagine is already happening under the governments that we have right now. I don't like wealth distribution. No, there's no anarchy countries, sadly. Wealth distribution is not a good thing. What makes you think that you have a right to my wealth? You didn't work for it. Seems scary, but what we have now hasn't worked. So why are we? Why do we keep doing it? We may as well try. It can't be worse than what we have right now, right? Can't be worse than what we have right now. I don't have a problem with taxes. I just think that taxes shouldn't go to a federal government. I think taxes should be paid in local counties where that money can be spent within the local county and community that knows how to spend that money. I don't think that a federal government should get the money. Because I don't think the same rules, the things that is needed. So let's talk, for example, Warp, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Let me ask you guys this. What's a small town in Middle America? Name a small town in the Midwest. My schedule back up so I can catch your streams. Tatiana, how you doing? Patch, I'll get to that in a second. I'll explain to you how I think it should work. Okay, Topeka, right? I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but let's say Topeka from Kansas, yeah? New York. do you think the problems facing Topeka is the same as the problems facing Los Angeles or Dallas? Do you think they have the same problems? All right, let's take, can I get a small, basically because it's one of the states that I at least know cities from, can I get a small town in Texas? What's a small town in Texas? Corpus Christi. Okay, is that a small town in Texas? Right? All right. Do you think the problems of Cato Mills, do you think the problems of Cato Mills, right, or Tyler, Texas, is the same as Dallas, Texas? Do you think they have the same issues? They don't. So we're in agreement that a state government would not be able to solve the problems of Tyler, Texas, and of Dallas, Texas, with a single piece of legislation because they don't have the same issues. So legislation passed for Dallas, Texas would not necessarily at all apply to Tyler. In fact, one could make the argument that there is legislation that could be passed for Dallas, Texas that would actually hurt Tyler, Texas, because they don't have the same issues. They don't have the same problems. So what does an anarchist system work? How does an anarchist system work? It says that Tyler, Texas has its own community council. The community council determines what taxes are in that community and then uses the taxes of that community to better that community. And Texas, or Dallas, Texas, which is far too large for a single government, gets sort of divided into smaller areas or counties, if you will, or neighborhoods, if you will, with each getting their own community council that collects taxes from that community and spends those taxes the best way that they believe those taxes should be spent to combat the issues that their community faces. So what does that look like when you live in Tyler, Texas, and you don't fucking agree with the stuff that Tyler, Texas is doing? Well, you fuck off to Corpus Christi. Because maybe Corpus Christi is doing the things that you actually enjoy, right? And you actually want. That's an anarchist system. It's not about chaos. It's about decentralization, right? It's about decentralizing things. It's about giving power back to the people. And if you are going to have structures of power, those structures of power needs to be as close to the people that they affect as humanly possible, right? That's what anarchy says. That's what the anarchist political movement is all about. You have choice without government interfering, especially without a government forcing you to do certain things, right? That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to work. And if people could simply realize that it already works that way, for the most part, it already works that way. People already do that all the fucking time. You and I right now are in an anarchist relationship, by the way. You and I right now are in an anarchist relationship. No one is forcing you to be here. No one is forcing me to be here. I have rules that I have for my chat, right? That you can either follow or you don't have to follow it. If you follow it, you get to partake in the conversation. If you don't follow the rules, you get blocked and you are no longer allowed to partake in the conversation, right? This is an anarchist state. No one's forcing you to be here. I'm not being forced to be here. We're happy. Every friendship that you have is based on anarchy. It's based on anarchy. All we're saying is, how about we extend that to everyone? How about we extend that to every relationship? Because the government sure as fuck isn't working. Thumb1, thank you very much for the Prime tip, dude. Really appreciate that. 9 months in a row. See, I didn't even force Thumb1 to give me his money. He just did it. Right? This is what I call taxes. Like, no one's forcing you guys to sub to my channel, and yet 324 of you are paying taxes to fucking be here. That's how it should be, bro. That's how it should be. When I entertain you and you actually enjoy the conversation, you sub, that's your tax. I'm happy, you're happy. If I don't entertain you and you feel like I'm fucking talking out of my ass, you take your money elsewhere. Everyone's happy. Someone still, I get money. I'm not comparing Twitch to government because Twitch have their own rules, but in this instance, my rules supersedes that of Twitch's. Because I can allow a lot of things in my chat if I wanted to, and Twitch actually doesn't interfere all that much with things that happen in Twitch. They have some rules, and that's fine. They're a private company. They're allowed to do so. But you have rules in your house, don't you, Jimbo? If I came to visit your house, would there be certain rules that I wouldn't be allowed? Like, would there be certain things that I wouldn't be allowed to do? Like, I'm assuming if I were to come to your house, having sex with your wife would be off the table. That's a rule that you have, right? No one but me have sex with my wife. Yeah. If I broke that rule, you'd break my face. For good reason. That was a fucking rule, right? And that's the end of the fucking discussion. You have rules all the time, and people can either... If I don't want to follow your rules, I shouldn't come to your house. That's as simple as that, right? What's right? That's tax. Don't touch my stuff, wife included. Exactly, right? Well, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. House rule, no smoking. There you go. You have a rule. A lot of people have that, right? I have a rule that you're not allowed to smoke in my house. Even though I smoke, I don't allow people to smoke inside the house because it fucking stinks, right? And if someone comes over to my house, they're not allowed to smoke in my house. That's a rule. They don't have to. If they don't follow it, they just leave the house. I just chase them out, and that's the end of the discussion. I don't have to phone the police. I don't have to. That's just how it is. Get out of my fucking store or get out of my house, you know? But I will smoke in my house. Jumbo, decent. Your house, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? So you're saying to find someone who lets us sleep with their wives? Hey, if you can find someone that wants you to sleep with their wife, why not? Although you should probably question the friend that you have that lets you sleep with their wife. Nako, did you see that Activision Blizzard created new... Yes, I saw. Jerry, is there? I saw. Leader, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will say this. Nothing against people who live polygamous lifestyles. You do you. If it makes you happy, go for it. I just don't know how people do it. I know it's a little bit off the political discussion, but fuck me, I don't know how. I don't know how people do it. Like, how are you not jealous when you see your wife hooking up with someone else? How does that not bother you? And I'm not much of a jealous guy, but if another guy touches my... Like, if I had a wife and another guy's touching my wife, I would fucking beat the crap out of him. That's house that I've controlled from outside and inside of a nation. Look, we can run through a lot of things. There's literally... So if we had time, we could sit here and we could go through every possible scenario of why anarchy doesn't work. And I would give you an answer for each and every one of them. Flinderoinkies, how you doing? I would kick my man in the balls if he would cheat. Oof. No. No. Not even then. Flinderoinkies. Kicking a guy in the balls is never okay. Never okay. Even if he's cheating on you, that's just not okay. A man's balls is just off fucking limits. Like, Jesus Christ, have a heart. Like, yes, the dude did cheat on you, but nothing warrants... Actually, I take that back. You can kick a guy in the balls if he rapes someone. Actually, I believe then we should remove the balls. Like, with no anesthesia involved. Let's remove the whole thing. Like, the thing that committed the crime, let's get that off. Short of that, right, there's no reason ever to kick a man in the balls. CCS cocks, you say? Probably. Why would you have a kid with a cheater? Think you hate people? Betty Bob. True. But yeah, I would definitely not. I would definitely say never kick a guy in the balls. That's just miserable. Macmillan, you motherfucker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined for the first time in months by the man himself, Mr. Macmillan. Can we get some hellos in chat? Jesus, it's been an age since I've actually said your name, bro. Happy to have you here, man. Happy to have you back. Yeah, Twitch blocks those messages. They don't like them. They don't like them, bro. Just like to see the world burn. Oh my God, no. I genuinely can't imagine. Like, I can't imagine an open relationship. That is just, that's a bridge too far for me. No ways. No ways, dude, bro. Fucking no fucking way would I fucking handle that. I'm happy that I can finally join the stream again. Bro, how's work been? Kicking your ass, it seems. My oppa used to say it's easier to clean the outside than it is to clean the inside. I have no idea what the fuck that means, but I'm gonna think it's sexual. I'm gonna think it's sexual, just because it's that time of the night. Why not? Let's go for sexual. About open women? Okay. Is Twitch or Cox? Probably CCS. But no, I mean, let me ask you guys this, right? So, how many people here is absolutely against anarchy? How many of you are completely against anarchy? Just do not agree with it. Fuck that. 6 days a week, working many hours every day. Macmillan, I am so sorry to hear that, bro. That fucking blows, but at least good money, hopefully. They do pay you overtime, and fucking hopefully they're paying your overtime. Author of One Piece works 21 hours a day, 7 days a week. Literally, look it up. Jesus. All right, so my question to you would be, those of you that don't agree with it, right? That think that anarchy is just wrong. What do we have to lose? Because I think we can all agree that democracy have not worked. Right? I think we can all agree on that. Democracy isn't working. We've tried everything else. We've had dictatorships. We've had kings and queens being dictators themselves. What do you have to lose? So shit goes bad. It's going bad now. Shit's not going great. Like, look around you. Does this look like a healthy world to you? Trying to be as trendy as possible, so I pretend to act triggered and offended at everything. Kogani, how you doing, brother? I know that you're a little snowflake. Don't worry. Got your back, Jack. I'm happy for people to try it and see if it works, but we'll avoid it until proven. Hey, you're more than welcome to like or dislike whatever. Stick to defend myself in anarchy. You don't need a stick to defend yourself. You're assuming that people are just going to be evil and take over shit. I don't think so. Goes anarchist, you better get out of the country. I don't think so. No, I think the future for South Africa is anarchy. I think South Africa will devolve into anarchy sooner rather than later. And I think South Africa is going to be the greatest country on earth because of anarchy. Why be a dictator when you can be a cuntator? Because there's not much power in a cuntator. It's in human nature to take other shit. Ferrati, I don't actually believe that. I don't think it is. I don't think that's a human nature thing. I think some humans, yes. Some humans, absolutely. But this is sort of where you go, I have a gun. So if you want to take my shit, I have a gun. Right? We have guns. So let's do this. Right? You're going to try and take my shit. I'm going to make it very difficult for you to get my shit. We're going to have a bit of a fucking bitch fight over you wanting to take my shit. right? And I'm going to make it so fucking expensive for you that you're most likely going to not want to take my shit afterwards, right? Avalanche, simple question, vaccine, yes or no? No. Not right now. I'll wait. On second thought, you don't have a gun, you give me your stuff. I can see that happening. Yes, but that's why you will have a gun. That's why you will have a gun. Or, look, there's nothing that stops you in an anarchist society from living in a city that has a government and a police force and everything else. You also don't seem to recognize that if you want to take my shit, I will have private security, like I have right now in my country. I don't rely on the police, FYI. I don't rely on the police. I have private security. If anyone breaks into my house, there's a button right there. I press that button. There's another button right there by my bed. I press that button, and within 4 minutes, they're at my house. If I phone the police, that takes 20. 4 minutes. They're at my house with guns, military fucking grade weapons. So I feel sorry for the person that tries to break into my house because they're going to be met by a fucking military force that goes, sup, how about you put that shit back? Right? So in an anarchist system, I would have exactly fucking that. And I'd be going, let's do this. You want to take my shit? Excuse me, private security. Could you guys maybe stop these people from taking my shit? And private security would go, sure, you're paying us. Why not? Right? They have less jurisdiction, but basically they restrain the criminals, and then the police arrives to take them away. How much does it cost me? About $95 a month. Betty Bob, for example, the private security that I have is actually part of the complex. So you even get ones that are sort of just worked into the price of your rent. So your rent is X amount and private security is included in the rent. So even for a single person that can't necessarily afford it, there's ways of getting it. So you can go to sort of anyone. You can go to your community and say, how about we all sign up for private security? And then, we all get it. CC it's included in my rent. Like, that's the portion of it, but it's part of my rent. So I'm assuming it's like, I'm assuming it's actually more than that, but they don't actually put the extra charges on it, or it's less than that maybe, and they just sort of figure that's what it is. But private security, so we in South Africa have about 200 and something thousand police officers, and we have over 500,000 private security officers, right? So we have double the amount of private security than what we have police officers. The private security is also far better trained than the police officers because they actually go through constant training. They're paid very well, so they generally don't accept bribes because they are paid incredibly well based on the jobs that they do. So yeah. A woman across my home had men break into her apartment and shit happened. Blade Master, I know. I have an apartment complex and we have zero private security, and the only thing stopping people from being touched forcefully is a deadbolt. Blade Master, the thing for me in South Africa at least is you're a fucking moron if you don't have private security. Our police is completely moronic, and they're in on it. Like, they're genuinely in on it. So they're involved in most of the crimes. So I wouldn't trust my police with anything. It's sort of surreal to me that people in the rest of the world trust their police. False Smoke, there is a lot of cash and transit heists, but remember, that's also extremely fucking organized. well trained. I go to the gym with many of the SWAT team officers, and they're all ex-SEALs and Marines. The only problem I have with, so specifically with America and their police force, is first and foremost, I don't think police officers in America get nearly enough training. They should be trained far more than what they are. And we're talking constant training, specifically training in de-escalating shit. Because I think the police in the US sort of look at de-escalation as shooting. If you really want to de-escalate something, just pew pew. That de-escalates it quickly. I think that's not always a great thing, right? That's not necessarily how you de-escalate a situation successfully, in my opinion. But also, there's things in the US that really bother me. That has nothing to do with race. The amount of people that get shot with routine traffic stops. Like, what the fuck? How does a routine traffic stop turn into death? My police is fucking moronic, beyond imagination. And you almost never hear of someone being pulled over and then shot for no fucking reason. It doesn't happen. Right? Woman, yes. I watched this video from a police training officer who basically said, yes, the training in the US for police officers are incredibly bad. Macmillan, you motherfucker, thank you for the 10 community subs, dude. Thank you. Can we some hearts in chat for Macmillan? Really appreciate the 10 community subs, dude. Thank you. Macmillan, you bastard. Keep your money for yourself. We've had this discussion before. You come back and you immediately spend your fucking cash. What is this? Really appreciate it. True. I think the US needs a couple of things, and I want to be clear. I'm not anti-police. I think anyone who's anti-police is a fucking moron, right? Police is fine. You can have police. There's a couple of things that bother me about the police. So, for example, you can't sue the police. What the fuck's that? You should be able to sue the police, right? And I would prefer if the police was private, but in a world where you have a government and you have police, I'm not against the police, because who else is going to do the policing if not the police, right? So we're talking sort of outside of the borders of anarchy. We're talking about the current state of the US rather than what I would prefer the state of the US to be. I'm not against the police, and I think the police deal with incredibly bad situations every single day. But this is why I believe that the police needs more training. You can't put someone with little to no training every year, right, in situations where they're dealing with life or death. That to me seems stupid. Macmillan, thank you for the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. Let you know that is 15 community subs. Let's show Macmillan some love. For those of you specifically that just got gifted subs, there is an actual Macmillan emote. Can we get that spam, please? Asmoist, thank you very much for the follow. Dutch Kenji, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to both of you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of all over the place for me, I think. The world has more problems than what we'll ever be able to solve. I love talking about problems, but then at the same time, I don't know if we'll ever find solutions to the problems, because I think people are so different, and this is why I believe anarchy is the only way. Because in this chat, almost every single one of us believe different things. Even the people that is for anarchy, on some things believe different, right? Some things they want different. And I think anarchy is the only system that provides everyone with as close to what they believe the right way is as possible. At least in my opinion. You can have your own. That's perfectly fine. We'll defer, right? We'll defer and we'll sort of leave it at that. Elon for president. How many people like Elon Musk in chat? Let's quickly hear this. How many of you think Elon Musk is going to be the savior of the world? Like, he's going to save shit. I don't not like him. I think Elon Musk is more good than he is bad. You see, I think Elon Musk is literally just in it to make money. And I think that's good, right? I think that's good. But there are some things that I sort of dislike about him. And he does things that blow up his ego. He's a snake oil salesman. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because his companies are doing an incredible amount of good, right? And his companies do certain things all right? The electrical cars are cool, but it's not a solution. He's making changes in the status quo, but he's no savior. I like the fact that most people don't believe that he is a savior. But there's nothing wrong with doing things for profit. In fact, that's one of the reasons I trust him, right? Because he does everything for profit. I know why. I know how far I can trust him, right? It'd be different if he's trying to do things for other things, right? Or all sorts of other reasons, because now I don't know if I can trust you. I would say the only thing I sort of dislike about him, Morel, by the way, that's my opinion on almost everything in life. If you are obviously just in it for the money, right? That's all you're in it for. I can trust you because your ambitions are true and pure. The problem comes in when people sort of like Bill Gates. I can't trust Bill Gates for shit because the dude, I know for a fact that everything that Bill Gates does is for money, but he pretends that it's not for money. He pretends to sort of give away all of his money, and he pretends that he cares about the people, and he pretends to be building like farms to help the people in Africa. That to me gets to a point where I don't actually fucking know what you're doing, right? Because I don't know if I can trust you now. Because if it was only for money, I knew that you wanted to fuck me and we were both on the same page. If I take my eyes off you, you'll fuck me, right? So I have to keep close eye on you to make sure that you don't fuck me. But now it's sort of, I don't know if I can trust you because you're doing all manner of weird things. And none of it makes a lot of sense, but I know for a fact that what you say you want to do is not what you actually want to do, right? So that is sort of my problem with that. I prefer people that is just obvious in what they want. And that's why I've always been a fan of companies just being in it for the money. Because when I know you're just in it for the money, I know you're going to fuck me at every turn. And I can look out for that, right? Trust Mr. Beast? I don't know. I can guarantee you, even Mr. Beast have some kind of personal thing in it. To be a billionaire, you have to fuck over a vast majority of society. Not necessarily. There are ways to become a billionaire by just doing good business, right? By just doing good business. The problem with today's billionaires, and this is where I sometimes think a lot of the young people and socialists have the right idea, but they blame the wrong thing. You are correct that the billionaires today are incredibly evil. They're evil because none of them got their wealth through hard work and honest work. The vast majority of them got their wealth by wheeling and dealing with government and getting government to pass all sorts of laws that fuck over everyone else and all sorts of anti-competition laws that get the rest, that get them in front and everyone else sorts of go to the back. That's the issue, right? And I think in a true free market society, it wouldn't be impossible to be a billionaire, but it would be fucking hard to be a billionaire because you would actually have to provide the best products with the best service possible at the highest possible quality in order to actually get people to buy your shit, right? And convince the most amount of people to buy your shit. Because you wouldn't have the government that can sort of change the rules so you get ahead and everyone else stays behind. It would just be you, right? And at the lowest price, yes, your prices would have to be the best. It would be fucking hard to be a billionaire in a true free market society. Struggling to come up with 5 names of billionaires who want cunts. I don't think there's one. With Mr. Beast, I've noticed that a lot of the money he gives away in prizes go to people he knows. Like a lot of it goes to his crew or their families. True, but remember, the money that he gives away is... The money that he gives away is for entertainment purposes only, right? He does every once in a while do videos where he'll just give a bunch of free stuff away for basically anyone. But for the most part, the money that Mr. Beast gives away is for entertainment. And most of the time he gives money away, he does actually make that money back, right? Not as if he's suffering losses. Brixie, how you doing? I don't know if I would even want to be a billionaire. You would be responsible for the well-being of so many people. They have hundreds of thousands of people working for them. Well, Dutch, you could just do what's his fucking name? Owner of Amazon? What's his cunt name now? Completely fucking... You could just do what Jeff Bezos is doing. Fucking names. You could just do what Jeff Bezos is doing and not give a fuck about your employees, right? You don't have to take responsibility for all the people working for you. You could just go, oh, fuck them. Let them collect money from the government. I pay taxes. No, I don't. But anyways, who's counting? So it is possible to be a billionaire and also not give a fuck about the people that's working for you, right? Think the driver's tips, they won't notice. All Eastern companies think of their employees as tools. Again, I think most companies think of their employees as tools, basically because the employee is just a tool. The idea that you're going to be treated as anything more than a tool is fanciful. You are just a tool. You are a tool for the company to make money. But guess what? The company is also a tool for you to make money. How many of you really give a fuck about the company that you're working for? Like, truthfully, how many of you really give a fuck? If you're working for like a big corporation, do you actually give a fuck about that corporation? Like, do you go to bed every night dreaming of that corporation and their well-being? Then why the fuck do you expect that company to care about you? You are in a transactional arrangement. The company pays you for the time that you spend at them or for them, and you pay them with your time. If you don't think that you're earning enough for that money, then you made a bad fucking deal. Simple as that. Then renegotiate your deal. But the way it works is you make profit, right? Because you take a job that pays more than what you think your time is worth. Yeah? Otherwise, you wouldn't take the job. You take a job because you believe that the money that they pay you is more than what you believe you yourself to be worth. The company accepts to hire you because they believe that you are worth more than what they're paying you because they want to make a profit as well. They're not going to pay you more than what you're worth. They'll pay you less than what you're worth, but more than what you think you're worth, so that you can take the job and they can get the employee. This is how that transaction works. This is how it works. The company doesn't give a fuck about you outside of the service that you provide for them, and you shouldn't give a fuck about them outside of the service that they provide for you. It's as simple as that. Company shifted their attitude before workers did, though, and our generation shifted away from company loyalty, more based off of that. Adrenos literally did. You are correct. Companies did shift their attitude, right? Companies have become sort of less loyal. These days, for those of you that don't know, there was a study done, I believe the study was done by Harvard. I could be wrong. It could have been one of the other universities in the US. But there was a study done, it could have been Harvard or it could have been the New York Stern School of Business. One of the two did a study where they found that people who leave their job every 2 years to go work for a different company outperform in a 10-year span, so over the span of 10 years, outperform their peers who stayed in the same job for 10 years by 100%. That never used to be the case. It used to be the case, get a job, stick with that job, work your way up, you'll be rich, or at least you'll be set. That's no longer the case. Nowadays, the secret to success is never stay at the same job for longer than 2 years. Always be moving, always be shifting. Smaller companies can care about their employees, but I believe when a company gets big enough, it's inevitable they stop giving a shit. Of course, when you have 10,000 employees working for you, you can't fucking care about all of them. They don't fucking matter, right? They don't matter. There are too many. You start thinking about them as just another cog in the wheel that is your company. They don't really matter, right? Not individually. They become just the employee, the base, so to speak. Nicht wundern, ich bin es nur mit anderen Namen dran. Dus maar say, oh, you're telling him that you changed your name. That size, you were just a number to them. And would you want it any other way? Roger Bass, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Noxicans, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Would you want it any other way? Because you can't have it both ways. If you don't give a fuck about that company, why do you expect them to care about you? You can't have it where you don't give a fuck about the company, but they must care about you. Like, that's not fair, right? I've been watching lots of YouTube videos. Really appreciate your effort to make WoW better. Roger Base, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Happy to have you at the stream for the first time. It's a real pleasure. What about all those poor Blizzard QA getting paid $18 for their dream jobs? Jumbo, leave. I'm not trying to be funny, and I realize that a lot of people will throw a lot of things out there like, oh, but your healthcare is tied to your job. I don't give a fuck. Leave. No one is forcing you to work there. Unless you have a chain around your ankle and Bobby Kotick is sort of fucking you in the ass daily and you don't have a choice, leave. Go find another job. I don't care if that's your dream job. You have one of two choices in this world. You can either do what your passion is and fucking suffer, right? Or you can go where the money is. It's very rare that you get both. The vast majority of people do not get to do what they love. And I realize that every single day that I wake up and I know that I'm going to make a YouTube video, I am in an incredibly fortunate position that I get to pay my bills and live my life doing what I actually fucking love. That is extremely rare. The vast majority of people fucking loathe what they do, but they like the money that they get at the end of the month. They use that money to do the things that they actually fucking like doing, right? The vast majority of people don't like their jobs. They do it for the money. And as far as I'm concerned, if you don't like your job, if you're not getting paid enough, even if you love your job, if you're not getting paid enough, and you're not willing to accept the fact that you're not getting paid enough, then leave. You want to know what Blizzard Entertainment will do when they finally lose all of their QA because they're no longer willing to work for $18 an hour? They'll up the price. Because they need QA. They desperately need QA. So they'll start paying more. But as long as there's someone willing to take the job for $18 an hour, why the fuck would you pay them more? Can I ask you guys a quick question? When you walk into a restaurant and you order food, yeah? You order a plate of chips, yeah? And imagine this is the best plate of chips you've ever had in your life. Have you ever looked at the bill and decided to sort of tell the owner that you're gonna pay double for this plate of chips because it was so fucking good? I guarantee you haven't. Guarantee you haven't. You look at the price and you go, man, that was some good chips. And at that price, it's a fucking steal. So why are you, if you're not willing to do that, why are you expecting a company to do that? The tip is a choice. The tip is a choice that you make. I'm talking physically just on the price, not the tip. That's a choice that you can or don't have to pay, right? The fact of the matter is, that you can't expect the company to pay more as long as there's people to accept the job for less. Simple as that. If you want them to pay more, what's happening right now at the vast majority of sort of low-skilled jobs in the US? What's happening currently with those jobs? Those companies are paying more. I heard the other day that McDonald's is now in certain places offering double minimum wage, including sign-up bonuses. Like literally fucking including a sign-up bonus to be a fucking McDonald's worker. Sign-up bonuses used to be for fucking lawyers and massively overpriced individuals, right? They're paying more. Why are they paying more? Because they can't get workers and they need workers. That's how the free market works. Supply and demand. When there's not enough people that's willing to accept the shitty paying jobs, they'll start paying more. They will start paying more. They have to. Now, there is a bad side to this, which sadly makes this a very bad example. Because the increased cost in employment, right, just to get employees will ultimately be passed on to the consumer. So your prices for McDonald's is going to go up by a lot, right? Because all employees now have to be paid even fucking more, right? And then, of course, you also have the added issue of a lot of these companies can simply no longer afford to stay open because it's too fucking expensive, and so they close down, which means more people lose their jobs now, right? But we're not in that system yet. At the end of the day, it's probably going to lead to more automation. I saw, actually, even in South Africa, there's more and more automation that's happening. The McDonald's just up the road from me, actually, you don't order. It used to be you would go to, they'd have this big box where you talk to the box, and then someone on the inside sort of listens and tells you, okay, this is add it all. So they've removed that. They now have a screen that you click on to choose what food you want. You tap your card on the bank slot that's there. It pays for it, and you drive, and the only time you see someone is when they're handing you your food, right? So they've removed that middle person that used to stand there taking the orders. You now make your own order, and that's it. Yeah. So automation is already setting in, which is going to lead to a lot of people losing their jobs, especially in South Africa. That's bad. But again, you can't expect companies to give a fuck about you. They're not supposed to. And you should actually like the fact that they don't, because it gives you the ability to know what they're all about. It makes them transparent in their greed. It makes them transparent in their greed. Why would you want them to pretend not to be greedy, even though they are? Alex, yeah. I mean, all of our stores now, at least all of the major chain stores, KFC has the same thing. Although for KFC, it's just when you walk in. The drive-through still works the exact same way. But I was at KFC over the weekend, and you don't speak to a single person all the while you're in there. So when you walk into the store, there's these giant screens, touch screens, just like back to back, just standing there. So someone can stand on this side, someone can stand on this side, and they have 5 of these just set up. So there's 10 people that can order at a time, right? You, on the screen, say, right, I want this, add all of it to the basket, go pay, you tap, and then it prints out your slip, right, of everything that you ordered. That automatically then goes back to the kitchen, and the people in the kitchen don't even turn around to say hello to you. They're just working, putting things into the bag, organizing everything. They turn around and they put your order with your number on the counter. They don't say shit to you. They don't say, by the way, this is your order. None of that crap. They just put it fucking down in front of you. You see your number. Go. Take your shit. Leave. You paid. That's it. It's so inhuman. Like, there's literally no human interaction whatsoever. You just go in, order your shit, get your shit, fuck off. In the discussion. And everyone works in the kitchen. So it used to be, like not too long ago, it used to be when you walk into a KFC, there's like 3 cashiers that's literally employed just to take orders. So they don't do shit else, they just take orders. Those 3 people have most likely lost their fucking jobs now. Because they're no longer needed. They have these, they still have one cashier that sort of works there for the people that don't know the screen. They can't order from the screen. But they're probably going to phase them out as well. As soon as people have figured out this is how the machines work, they'll chase those people away as well, you know? They're like, fuck off. We don't need you anymore. Last McDonald's I had gave me the shits, so fuck them. If companies can lose the attitude that leads to it being wrong to ask how much the pay is for a job during an interview, we'll be in a good spot. I don't even know, Adrenos. I don't even know. I must admit, I kind of prefer it that way. Because there's nothing worse than making fucking small talk. There's nothing worse than making small talk to someone that you're just ordering food from. And all I want to tell this person is, listen here, bro. I don't care what's going on in your life. And I know that you don't give a fuck what's going on in mine. I know that you're only being friendly and smiling because your boss tells you that that's what you have to do. So how's about this, right? You take my fucking order, you give me my food, and I fuck off. We don't talk. We don't do shit. You just take my order and fuck off. So I kind of like the fact that I'm now just, I just want my shit and then leave. Yeah. You can even order it to, you can even sit in. Like if you don't want to take takeout, you just choose to sit in. Then you get a number that you put on your table and they bring it over to your table and you sit and you eat and you fuck off. My uncle was friends with Colonel Saunders from KFC. Really? KFC is huge in South Africa. You can order KFC and shit from Uber here. McDonald's is good. I just don't eat it often. Can you speak Afrikaans? Benro, wat wil jy met ek sê? Wil jy net weet of ek Afrikaans kan praat of wil jy ek moet iets spesifiek sê? How you doing, Benro? McDonald's were never about people or food. It's all about real estate and money. Look, all companies is all about money. All companies is only about money. Can I speak Afrikaans? I just like the language. All right. Wat jy moet zeggen, prettige dag, vriend. Prettig, rarig. Ek weet daarom nie of dit 'n prettige dag was nie. Dit was 'n lekker dag, was okay. Maar ek sal nie sê dit was die beste dag ooit nie, Dutch. I know it's Dutch. We just don't, we wouldn't say prettig in South Africa. It's very old school Afrikaans to say prettig. How was your day? Well, he was saying prettige dag as in sort of wishing me to have a nice day. But yeah, I don't know why everyone insists on companies caring about you. I don't get that. Canny ass, how you doing, brother? I prefer that they don't give a fuck about me. Just give me my shit and fuck off. Such a simp for Afrikaans because of Yolandi Visser. Who the fuck is Yolandi Visser? I need to see this now. Who the cunt is that? Yolandi Visser. Let's see. Oh, the lady from fucking what's her face? How can you fucking like this girl though? The antwoord. Jesus Christ, no. Bro, she looks dirty as fuck. And I don't mean that in a good way. She just, maybe that's because I'm South African and I sort of know where they're from. So they would be the equivalent of what you guys would call, not even from the hood, like bad areas, like trailer trash is what they are. They are proper trailer trash. So I look at this girl, I'm like, Jesus fucking no, bro. Can't even imagine being able to go, you'd get a disease just holding her fucking hand. Mate, started making woke-gate commercials. Wait, you didn't shed a tear when Doritos started making woke-gate commercials? No. I didn't even know they do that. I didn't even know they do that. I don't care if... Look, companies are going to do what the fuck they do. Personally, I wish that companies would stop catering or sort of virtue signaling to people. You know, I don't want a company to make an ad that goes, we serve white people. Right? I'd be like, what the fuck? Just serve people? Right? The same vein, I don't want companies going, yeah, we serve minorities or shit. It's sort of like, how about you just do your fucking job? Yeah? How about you stop telling us who the fuck you help? We know you're not helping anyone. We know you're in this just to make your own fucking money. So shut the fuck up and just do your job. You know? Just shut the fuck up. Just do what you do best, and that is to serve me. It's like the banks. Every year around the gay pride stuff, all the banks change their logos to gay pride. It's like, what the fuck's that supposed to mean? We all know that you fuck the gay people just as much as you fuck the straight people. Why are you making your logo pride? How about you shut the fuck up and just keep fucking all of us? Because that's what you do. We all know that's what you fucking do. So just shut the fuck up and be a bank. That's all you need to do. Be a bank, right? Like, as long as the one thing that you don't do is sort of discriminate against gay people, we're good. Like, if a bank came out and said we don't allow gay people to start accounts with us, then we'd have a problem, right? Because now you're just actively discriminating. But if you're not actively discriminating and you're fucking everyone equally like you do, then how's about you just keep that shit to yourself and just be a fucking bank, right? I hate when companies do that because I don't think anyone really falls for it. I don't think anyone really falls for that. Like, do we have any sort of LGBT people in the chat? Yeah, the Middle East accounts never change. Never, never. Stupid the public is. I'm not forgetting. I'm well aware of it. No, we definitely, I know in the community we have a lot of people in the LGBT community. I'm just not sure if they're in chat at the moment. But I know for a fact that most of the LGBT people that I have in my community are not in any way, shape, or form. D-Rocker, no. Dating a trans person does not make you LGBT. You're just dating a fucking... you're just dating someone from the LGBT community. That doesn't count. That's like saying I'm dating a football star, so I'm a football player. No, you're not. You're just dating a football star. Congratulations. But it's like literally people saying, oh, my husband's a doctor. Yeah, so that doesn't make you a fucking doctor. So Flinderoinkies would be, she's bisexual. So Flinderoinkies, does dating a woman make me a woman? Yes, someone. Absolutely. You're such a girl. But no. So as far as I'm concerned, the vast majority of people that I know that is in the LGBT community don't agree with any of this shit. They don't like it because they see through it. They know that it's fake. They know that this is just bullshit. And it really fucking annoys me that it's done because it fools no one that actually pays attention. It's only the Twitter mob who sucks this up like slurp juice. Truth. D-Rocker fucking truth. Yeah, but I don't want my government to be, my bank to be activists. They should just be a fucking bank. Like, let the activists be activists and let the bank be a bank. Sort of gets weird when my bank turns into an activist. I know, Meffy. I need to go buy food. I don't have any food in my house. I need to go buy something to fucking eat. Which corporation am I going to make rich today? That's a point Echo brought up. Do clones deserve human rights if there are clones? Let's not get back into that debate, because I still wonder about that every single fucking day. If you have clones, do clones have rights? I'm going to buy some quail meat for the first time. Why the fuck are you buying quail meat? Local family store and just cook something? It's all closed now, Milo. It's past 8. It's 8:30 at the minute. So everything's closed. The only thing open right now is fast food joints. And of that, there's basically 2 that I can support. And that's the 2 that sell ribs. So I don't really have much choice. I basically have a choice between Steer's Ribs or I think it's called the Chicken and Rib Shack and their ribs. So whose ribs am I buying? Known as chat can help you choose. D-Rocker, that's the choice. Burger King. Yeah, but I don't want burgers and crap. You can't buy alcohol past 10. You can't buy alcohol past 8. At 8 o'clock, you can't buy alcohol anymore. Unless you go to a bar. At a bar, you could. But the situation in South Africa, we still have curfew for some fucking reason. Our virus is very clever. Our virus comes out after 12. And then it fucks off again at 4. So, you can be outside between 4 and 12, but after that, the virus is on high alert and it just infects fucking everyone. So I'm not entirely sure how exactly this works. No one's been able to explain half of the COVID measures to me. But what I do know is that our virus is fucking smart. It knows shit. Try that restaurant Elon Musk put on the moon. I heard their food was out of this world. Courtney, that is such a fucking gentle piece of comedy. That's such a gentle piece of comedy. Cool tyrannical governments. Truth. It's like an invisible vampire on the loose at night. Yeah. All I know for a fact is that it's never going away. It's never going away. And anyone that believes that the COVID measures are going away is a fucking moron. It's never going away. Fuck lockdown for non-vaccinated in Germany. Non-vaccinated for me changes nothing really since the corona broke out about 2 years ago. This culture is all about control. Not that I want to excuse, but maybe people in SA are more often drunk than not. So when drunk, not taking care of sanitary discipline. Milo, most people who are drunk are also outside, and there's not been a single case of someone being infected with COVID outside. So, and that doesn't matter because they get drunk before 12. So what does the virus not infect the drunk before 12, but only infects the drunk after 12? It doesn't make sense. If you want to have lockdown, like curfew, then you have to, if curfew helped, then you would have curfew always, right? Princess, how you doing? Renekton Beard, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. The beard appreciates it too. And welcome to the chat. Really appreciate it. I don't give a shit because I have lived lockdown long before it was cool. I've always been in lockdown. I don't leave my house for shit. why would I leave? I have a PC. There's more fun things on my PC than there is in the outside world. So what would be the point of leaving the house? People complain about lockdowns. It was just like another week for me. What the fuck? Truth. In fact, it was cool. Pfizer and J&J and still got COVID. Yeah, lots of people get COVID. But you have to get, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on the vaccines, people. Like, do whatever feels right for you. I don't really have an opinion. I'll just wait. Like in 5 years, if none of you have gotten sort of anything bad happen to you because of the vaccines, I'll take it as well. Until then, I'll just stay in my house and play video games if that's all right with everyone. I promise not to leave my house. I already had COVID though. It was fucking miserable for 2 days. Jesus. Got the vax, no issue so far. I'm a microbiologist by trade. I can tell you that every version of coronavirus, including novelty coronavirus, mutate constantly. And every season a different strain. It's impossible that a functional strain from 2019 is not here anymore. But you didn't do video games today? No, because my fucking OBS kept crashing. So we couldn't play video games, right? Any side effects on the next generations too? Like I said before, I think it's everyone's choice, and I think everyone should be allowed that choice. I don't like the fact that people are sort of trying to force other people to get it. If you don't want it, you shouldn't be forced. Yeah, principally, I do leave the house. I do. I don't leave it often, but we go out quite a lot. I love going out. I love going to restaurants, bars. At least on the weekends, I'll go out. But I don't really... I've never been fond of being amongst plenty of people. So I like sort of getting a table and sort of sitting at my table and doing my own shit. I won't ever be involved in the fucking mosh pit, right? So for me, I also like sitting outside most of the time. So that's it. But no, I do go out. I like joking that I don't, but I do. I like people. They want to force people in Germany, and I fucking hate that. They won't. They'll eventually have to not. If you don't do it, they'll eventually have to not. My movie theaters, I make my own schedule. Do you rock with that? Wait, you have a movie theater?
You look like you've lost some weight.
Oh, that sounds great.
Have a dumpling.
You look sexy in those glasses too.
Princess Baby, really appreciate the 300 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I appreciate I need to get new glasses, actually. These are old as shit. And I don't know if they're... I don't know if my eyes have gotten worse, but I will tell you that it feels like they've gotten worse. The head manager of a movie theater. Do people still go to the movies now? I haven't been to the movies in fucking years, dude. Like, decades, actually, at this point. I don't see the point of going to the movies. Most movies suck now. And it's not fun going to the movies. Especially in South Africa. Now, I have heard there's better movie theaters now in South Africa. But I can tell you this. At 6'1", going to a movie theater is hell. Because the seats are... There's not enough space between the seats. So your fucking knees press into the chair in front of you. And it's like, oh, this is fucking brilliant. Although I had a friend that was 6'3". For him, it was absolutely disgusting, right? He's like this stick-thin fucking guy, right? Like stick-thin. But he had to sit with his feet off the ground and his knees sort of pressed up. Because if he puts his feet on the ground, he has to stand so that he can actually, like, fit. So it's just, yeah. You can't fucking... No. The movie theater is not fun when you're over, I think, like 6 feet. The movie theater sucks dick. Are those benches? It's not 1990 anymore. Kush Fury, you would think, right? Stick monoyaki. I need something to hold and keep me warm. The fat people, thank you. Luckily, there's a lot of fat people in the world, Princess. Like a shit ton. Especially gamers. So you're definitely in the right market there. Restaurants, clubs, movie theaters, hairdressers, etc. All those are forbidden for non-vaccinated ones. Wait, are you serious? Fat fuck here. There you go. Unknown as fat fuck as well. I am looking forward. Maybe I'll go to. Maybe I'll go to what's it called? Some movie theaters in Cape Town when we finally get to Cape Town. Please don't call me fat. I prefer obese. Jesus, Jumbo. I'm sorry, I offended you, sir. My wife was 5'3", so I'm a foot taller. So you're 6'3". Jesus. Wait, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just fat. Oh my God, no. If it's good enough, you will sweat. Andy, are you two talking about sex? Why is my chat devolving into sex talk again? You disgusting individuals. This is a Christian stream. This is not for your sex fiends, right? Control yourselves, people. Fucking control yourselves. Jesus. As it always does, true. If we don't at least cover sex once on these streams, that we really have a stream. If your chat be on fire, bro, if I went to a church, I would catch fire. Just a sexy beast. Hey, you know me, bro. You know me. I can't control the sexuality. It's the beard. It's all the beard. It just flows off it. You know the man, Jesus talk only. Ever read the book Song of Songs? Seriously, that is an erotic novel in the Bible. Truth. So glad Akko is back. I don't know though, Princess. I think the glasses only add to sexuality because of the beard. It's really the beard. It does its own thing. Truffle, I don't even know what the new tier sets are. I know they look a little bit dog shit. But that's it. I don't want to imagine myself without a beard. I've had this beard for way too long, and I also don't like not having the beard because it's a fucking job and a half to keep clean shaven. I don't like shaving every day, and I have to shave every day if I'm gonna keep the beard off. So rather just grow out the beard, much easier. Politics make you hungry for XXX, waifu's food, etc. Put your hands together, bro. You keep that beard. Oh my God, daddy, really? That is one of those things that I just can't fucking get behind. I don't know how people do it. Princess Baby, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Guys, fun fact, Akko is like 37 years old or something for the new people in chat. Yeah, I'm 36. Wait, am I 36? Yeah, I'm 36. The fuck? Am I 37, you bastard? How dare you? How dare you? I'm 36. I'm Latin, it's how we talk. All right. No, wait, don't Latina girls say, what's it, puppy or some shit? I don't remember that because in Afrikaans, kids call their dads puppy. I am 37, yes. He was there when the chronicle was written in lore. Truth. Puppy is Spanish for daddy? Oh, right. Yeah, but it is... Or is it only Spanish people that say puppy? No one leaves you out. But I am 36. I turned 37 on the 15th of January. So soon, but still. You thought I was 27? How many of you think I don't look 37? 73 is, yes, 37 is better than 73. You are correct. Was Akko's way of saying his dad was a dog? You look 29 to 33. Me, you look 33. Nope, you don't look 37. 30-ish, not end of 30. Super sweet, 6. Beth here, how you doing, bro? Turned 39 this year. 24 or 74. Jesus. That's a large range, canny ass. Fuck my life. Should see me. Most people think I'm between 26, 29. Puppy Chulo? Where are you moving to? You should check out Miami. Prince Baby, I'm moving to Cape Town. You look 47, and I've been told I look like I could be in my 30s. I look 47. Like, where in the fuck do I look for? I don't have gray hair. I would accept that if I had gray hair, but I don't. And I genuinely don't even have a single gray hair. I looked at my beard the other day because I genuinely was curious. Do I have any fucking gray hair so far? At 36, you should have some, right? My beard doesn't. It's just blonde. There's like, the front bit is all blonde hair, and then it's black hair at the back. Berthier, thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row, motherfucker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesus, because you still have a hairline at 36? I don't have any baldness in my family, so I'm pretty sure that I will never be bald. Plus, my entire family is blonde, so I'll probably never be gray either. My father's like 62, and he doesn't have gray hair at all. So, you know, Constantinosa. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, no male pattern baldness and no gray hair. Also, my dad also looks fucking young. Like, most people think my dad is like in his 40s, like maybe 50s. I'm Asian. My hair is just black, no facial hair, and just black eyes. Wait, you have no? King Copium, how you doing, bro? You have no facial hair whatsoever, D-Rocker? Wait, Asian people don't have black eyes. You have brown eyes, but not black. I don't think there's a single person in the world that has black eyes, except for the demons and supernatural, which look cool as shit, but still. I grow like 3 to 10 hairs. That's it. Okay, I have a question for the gentleman in chat. How many of you have back hair? Or, like, overly aggressive chest hair? I have fucking none. I mean, I have like 5 chest hair. Like, genuinely 5, maybe 6. And I have 0 fucking back hair whatsoever. The only hair I have really on my body is on my head and on my fucking face. It's where everything grew. Like, all the genes just sort of collected here and went, choop, here we go. I have a forest on my chest. All your genes are insane. Just sad I got the fat gene. Actually, I didn't. I just eat too much. That's a weird question, D-Rocker. I don't think this is the place to fucking answer that. I don't think Twitch would be too happy with me answering that. Gotta wait for the OnlyFans. There's never gonna be an OnlyFans. It's just never gonna happen. It's a question for Patreon. Yeah, you could probably ask that on Patreon. Wait, you're going, Macmillan? I am sponsored by Manscaped. Like, we're starting a new sponsorship next month with Manscaped. Yeah, I still have their shit. The lawnmower, look at that. Can you guys hear that? Like, does this make any fucking sound that you can hear on the mic? But yeah, I still have that. I use it for my beard because there's no other reason to use it. But it works like a fucking... It works like a charm for your beard. Shaves during stream under the table? That would be weird. Is that the... Wait, one that's safe to use on your balls? Yes. Princess Baby, not really a question I think I'll answer on Twitch. Manscaped is great. Yes, but this is the lawnmower. You're supposed to use this on your pubes, right? You're supposed to take care of that little forest so that your girl will go down on you without having to fight through the fucking weeds. So, gentlemen, grab yourself some Manscaped. Use the discount code ACOMAN to get 20% off. Why not? No wax and keep it bare. Nice. What goal? What do you mean? Andy, what goal? You have a goal. Do you not have a goal, Andy? Oh, you are the goal. Never mind. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Andy, but Andy looks like a fucking woman. With Racco's beard in my pants. Jesus. All right. I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, if you take... There's two ways of taking that. One way is alright. The other way is very sexual and also fucking wrong. I chunked my beard the last time I tried to trim it. Had to start over. I would... No ways. How did you fuck it up? How do you fuck up your beard when you try and trim it? You have to be very careful. If wrong, depends on who you talk to. Truth. For some people, not wrong at all. For me, it would be a different story. It would be a different story, I think. There would be a lot of throwing up, a lot of tears in such a situation. A lot of tears, a lot of throwing up, a lot of praying would probably be done on my part as well, you know? In the future, we will have reliable penis enlargement surgery. No, we won't. No, we fucking won't. Like, look, gentlemen, I get that some people struggle with micro penis and you're all hoping for that micro penis to be sorted out. But here's the thing, right? If you have that micro penis, you have to start making an incredible amount of money. Because that is the fucking only way that you're going to land pussy. $3.99 is your eggplant. It's going to be more than that, Princess Baby. It's going to be more than that. They have toys that are better than you will ever be. Learn how to use what you have and listen to your woman, what she likes. I don't know. I still think that there is definitely a limit to that. Like, I think past a certain amount, right, you can definitely use it in such a way that the girl is absolutely satisfied. But I do think under a certain length, it doesn't really matter how you use it. You're just not hitting the right spots at that point, I think. Because I'm almost certain that size to some extent do matter. Can you enable BTV in chat so we can do copium? It should be enabled. It should be enabled. I've done everything on my part, on my side that can enable BTTV. I've had some really small ones to keep me coming back for more. Well, there you go, gentlemen. There are some goals that don't mind that don't mind size. Alright, fine. Let me see here. BTTV. Depends on what they do with it. It can't always depend on what they do with it. Can't always depend on that. I refuse to believe that. There must be a size at which it just, you know, it just doesn't work. There must be a size at which you can just no longer do it. Like, at some point, it becomes like throwing a Vienna down a fucking hallway, right? Or a sausage, for those of you that don't know what a fucking Vienna is. Okay, but let me see here. What fucking emotes do you want added to Better TV? I don't even know how to add these fucking emotes. So how do we add the emotes? Maybe emotes? Right? So you want kick W. Which one do you want? There's a shit ton of them. This one. I'm assuming you want this one, right? Or this one. Am I correct in saying this is the one you want? Okay. Add to channel. It's been added. Right. Next step, you want copium. This one? Or do you want the cat jam? So when we are Final Fantasy emoji and cat jam, okay? We'll move forward with this one by one. I'm gonna use this one. Add to channel. Next up, which is the other ones you wanted? Easy. Matt, you broke it. Lol. Yeah, choose a different one. Monka W. Alright. Which one do you want, Andy? Fourth, second row for copium. Really? This one. There you go. You guys have more than one copium now? Oh, for fuck's sake. Type right. Monka W. Top right, this one. Alright. Which other ones do you guys want? Pepe Jam. Alright. Pepe Jam. Which one? Quick chat. Strauss Wild, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the channel, bro. The first one. Alright. So what else do you guys want? Is there any others that you guys want? Pepe Loff. Okay, Pepe Loff. Which one? We feel old. I have no idea what's going on right now. Thumb on this is just it's not really. So this one. I don't know how to like describe it to you. It's Twitch lingo. Like you'll get used to it after a while on Twitch. You get used to the emote spam. Oh, you guys wanted Cat Jam as well, right? You wanted this one as well, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. We'll add Cat Jam to the mix as well. Let's give you a Mega Lol as well. Ignore, get used to it. Thumb on who got ignored? Doesn't know what's happening either. No, I don't know what. Oh, because everyone likes different things. Like the vast majority of streams I hang out on have different versions of this. With the Pepe Love, add the one with capital first letters. Oh, here's the easy one that you wanted. I think. Yeah, let's look at. No. Come on, where the fuck? Where the hell am I? Here we go. You want the Pepe Loft to be removed. Okay. And then which Pepe Laugh do you want? This one. Most used one is Pepe Laugh. Okay. We'll use this one. Add. Emotes. What else did you guys want? On this list, what else do you guys see that you want to fucking add? Mod check. I'm not seeing it. Where? Mod check is there is. Rat Jam. D Big Seller, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Fourth row, last on the right. Fourth row, last on the right. How is this one? All right, it's not funny, but okay. I'll give it to you. There you go. You've got more emotes there. I think we'll do some clap. Yeah, let's use some clap. I like using this one, so I'm going to take that one as well. The Yaya one. Monka, I don't fucking see it on here. Or do I have to search for it? Seventh row. Oh, here we go. Alright. Now watch none of you ever fucking use any of this. Watch none of you ever fucking use any of this. Let's see. You're gonna spam kick W when you die on mechanics in Final Fantasy? Lol. Guys, emote spam? Bro, I know for a fact that we've done some of this shit before, and then no one fucking uses it. I guess we'll do this one. Why will we do this one? Because why not? Oh, I can't add it. No! Why can't I add it? What the fuck? Oh, we have 15. Fuck. Have to remove some. We'll remove this one. Because no one ever uses this. Remove that from channel. What else can we remove to add more? We have... Which one do we have that was two the same? We got two copiums? Oh yeah, we got two copiums, yeah. Which one do you guys prefer? This one or this one? Just say top or bottom. You want the full capital one. All right, so we'll remove the non-full capital one. All right, no problem. So then we'll do F, because F in chat. Whenever I disconnect, you guys can spam that shit. And then we have one more spot. So choose wisely. One more spot, ladies and gentlemen. Make your choice wisely. Yeah. Is that the one you want? Is this even gonna... Oh, for fuck's sake. This is very weeby. This is very weeby, but okay. Which one do you want? Which weeb one do you want? Birthier? If you hit sort of if you reload the stream, it should work. You want the boobas? You guys want the boobas? You could go, please ban me. Would this be fine on fucking Twitch? We could use the boomer bounce. I prefer that. It's already there. The emote is booba. So you don't want yeah. You want booba. Okay. Well, booba is the emote that you guys want. Okay, let's see. So which one? This one. All right. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, you have your fucking emotes. And now if we can get Furorious to actually make some proper emotes for the channel, we could fill out these emotes as well for the channel specific ones. And GG. We'll have emotes for fucking everyone. Alright, but you guys should be able to use those emotes now. So go fucking nuts. Now watch as no one fucking uses the emotes. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go get some food. I'm fucking hungry. And it's already 9 o'clock here. So I don't have much time before our shit kicks in. Can you eat them? No, we can use them for funsies. It's all for funsies. That's what it is. It's all for funsies. Doesn't seem to work. Does it, D-Rocker? I think you have to hit reload on your stream to get them to activate. Yeah, if you reload your stream, they should activate, no problem. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon, your evening, or your morning with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I genuinely enjoyed myself today. We did quite a long-ass fucking stream, to be honest. I think we did almost 8 hours or some shit like that. Wait, how long did we go? Yeah, 8 hours? I think that's a pretty cool fucking amount of time to stream, even with all the shit that we had with the stream. So it's been fun. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other. Take care of yourselves, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam. Oh, and remember to fucking follow on Discord. Join Discord now. Peace.